Huh? Yogurt. No way. Yogurt, leave. Amanda? Bro, our staff's dog just can't, like, I'm literally listening to music and I just hear slurping sounds. And I'm like, oh, my phone must be playing music or something. Or like maybe like the water or something happened. I left my tap on. And I take off my headset and it's literally like an animal in my bathroom. And I turn around, I just see a fucking beast of a dog drinking out of my fucking toilet. It's fucking your staff's dog, dude. What kind of dog is it? It's a Samoyed? So uh uh um I don't know what the breed of dog. It's Tammy but bigger. Samoyed. There we go. Samoyed is the type of people. Okay, sorry. I messed up. I messed it up. Anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. Yesterday I took a little bit of a break. Here's what I did on my break. I stayed in bed for like to like 2 or 3 or 4. Went out to eat at a nice restaurant. After the restaurant, walked around up and down the street. Ended at a little nice froyo place. I kind of took myself out on a date, kind of. And then I ended up coming back. But yeah, that was pretty much what I did. Then I did some more laundry, did some chores, and worked on some stuff that wasn't entirely stream based, which was nice. So that was yeah, that's what I did yesterday. Also, last night I was like, fuck it, let me play some TFT on the side. Let's see what happens. And I ended up playing till like 4 a.m. And the reason is I just couldn't stop winning. Like I just kept it. I understand, to really truly capture the essence of TFT, you have to first zero out. And so I zeroed out. I went to 0 LP. And I went from 0 LP to okay, 0 LP to fucking, I don't know what it is. Second, first, fourth, second, fifth, fourth. Literally all I did was dub out yesterday. Like this is all dub, 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 dub. And I didn't do, I don't know, I just felt a lot easier. Actually, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I paid the same guy who boosted Soju to boost my account off stream, and he told me I got you, and I was like, shit. Anyways, welcome to the stream, guys. The plan is I'm gonna play some TFT. We're chill with that, and then afterwards, have a Valor collab with VTuber at 6, 7th ish. So I'll be playing Valor again, and then we'll kind of see what happens. Also, did you hear the new song is gonna be New Jeans? Okay. I had heard rumors about this that were unconfirmed, but holy fuck. Oh my god. And the anthem is called Gods. Who could have made a better choice? I don't know, I might go and see them. Is it gonna be the Coca-Cola New Jeans quality though? Okay. Ow. Who knows? Coca-Cola Mashita. Is that how they pronounced it? Uh, I'm playing Noxus Cup. I am not. Hi everyone, hello. No way it's called The Gods. I hope it, dude. I am so stoked. Like I feel like there's no way this world song could be the same as the last ones. A lot of the world songs are very similar. I would say the Lil Nas wasn't, but the ones before had a very similar vibe that I didn't really like. Okay, but now this one's a little different. Key turned it 8 void, 6 bruiser board level 8 and proceeded to 7. Oh god. Think Poro is gonna be king tomorrow? I'm playing Earth tomorrow for sure. I actually kind of want to play Earth today. I'm just fucking around, right? I kind of want to play Earth. Everyone's on Scuttle Puddle. You guys are disgusting people, man. Oh,
let's get this party started.
Oh, Scuttle Puddle. No, not Scuttle Puddle. But it loves you. He has poor taste. You know, guys, unironically, I've been enjoying. I was looking at other people's law chests to give me inspiration, and I unironically want to play Quinn. I feel like Quinn is kind of an interesting unit.
That's where you belong, in the dirt.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Oh my god.
I got no time for games.
Okay, I'm not gonna say that it's a Graves game or a Kiana game, but there are some Kianas that I'm gonna buy here.
This place could use some reshaping.
Night.
I command you to die!
Is LDP better than Gifts? Gifts is so good. LDP is probably better than Gifts. You're old metabolic? Okay, well look at my fucking opener, man. Oh, this guy got a Rising Infamy. That's cool. That is chill. Yeah, I got LDP and gifts. It sucks that I got it. It's fine. Will they go back to old assassins next time when they jump back to backline? I don't know. Do I want that? Hard to say. Did they get rogues are kind of weird. Maybe I do want that. Guys, do I have this? Do I have this? Do I have this? I don't have this. Fuck.
I carry my family with me.
The worst iteration was hacker. Oh, that's a kind of a bold statement. I don't know. Wait, where is this? Where is this? Oh, it's frontline. That's not that bad. Shit. Glove div? Hell no, it wasn't glove div. Why not level up and have another Graves? Oh, because I want to reroll for Graves. So I want to stay low. Also, you can't guarantee the win. I'm pretty sure. You think my board is strong with this? I did not think so. My items are not good. My board is also not good. So if you think I was in a secure streak, you were wrong. My LDP is LDP in my bench unit? What? I mean, sure, I would have won that, but I would have lost this. I mean, I just think I can make 20 here, so why not? It is a visual? Ah, I see.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I think I go Night Harvester here. I think ninjas was really fun. I like the idea of ninjas where you play one ninja and it's like a super ninja, or you play 4 ninjas and they're like super ninjas. If that makes sense. Oh, this guy's doing a Samira reroll. Cool. Yeah, I have no desire to level right now. I think I'm leveling won't guarantee me wins, and I'm just gonna win lose right here, and I'm not gonna lose by that much. Darkflight Rengar was so broken, man. I want the vest here actually. Actually, I think I want a BF. I don't think the extra item here is gonna do anything for me. I'd rather take BF because I need like kind of a lot of BF items for Graves as well. There is a point in the game where I can decide not to go for Graves and skip, and that's possible. Or RFC Graves bug. I wasn't a bug. That was part of the game. That was sick. That was like a really fun time. IMO. Yeah, I think because this comp can use Gunblade, Sterix, Bloodthirster, and it's like as top items. I think you always want to take BF. I could have finished the second item here, but I wasn't streak, or I don't think I'll streak with it. Me and my friend Inside Joke, we call Rogue dirty players. Dirty player. What was some really weird ones? I really like I don't like it, but you remember the Dark LeBlanc? The dark blue LeBlanc? That was those were some interesting times. I would not wish those times on my worst enemy. Was it Coven LeBlanc? It's the one where she had dark blue and she would just like fucking murder your backline. Volibear was one of my most fun. The Legend Volibear, where you just went ape shit with it. And even in tournament, before anyone knew how good it was, I was playing in tournament and people were like, what the fuck is this? I'm not gonna lie, this game, if I get double trouble, this game is so fucking over, man. There's so many augments that are good for rogues. The problem is I rolled 3 of them and I took 1, which kind of sucks. Oh, Albert! Wait, holy shit. Thank you so much for the 75 gifted tier 1s. I think that was
command you to die.
Oh, it's my gift for TFT boot camp placement. Thanks for participating. Good luck. Oh, thank you so much. I feel like I did really poorly this time. I literally took a break today and climbed 200 LP the next day, like in 4 hours off stream. So it was like I did a toast. I went to 0 and I climbed it back. So next time I will be much better. Put me in the pro league next time. Wait, do you? Oh fuck! I almost think. Oh, this is so weird, actually.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
Dude, do I? How important is Graves in this comp? I'm about to skip this fucking dude. Wait, how is this getting? I think I roll at 5 then. I'm down. I'm not gonna roll. I'm not gonna roll here. The thing is, there's so many interesting outs I can take here that I don't know when I want to roll. I think going to 7 and 3-starring everything but Graves is actually really smart. 6 and then 7, but there's a way to play it where I don't need to do that. I'm also holding this just in case. Is the TFT patch tomorrow, guys?
Dirt.
Blood for Noxus.
I got no time.
Natural everything? Oh shit, you're right. Here we go. Just hitting everything here.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping. Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Wait. Huh. All of a sudden, I have more Graves than I expected. But we do this. That was really good. Like, now I feel pretty good about rolling. Ulti, ulti, ulti. Oh, this guy has... You know what unit I think is going to be OP next patch? This unit. I think Nico's already OP right now. Do you know that there's a double trouble comp with Nico that is just... that owns? It's really good.
I command you to die.
Oh, what if I just do this instead, actually? They've said they designed Nico to be the carry. Interesting. The double trouble, so yeah, Soraka and Nico Carrick reroll is so good. The next patch, actually, next patch I think Ixtal will be. I want to do Earth next patch. I think next patch there's really interesting Earth options. I do think you could do it this patch, but I'm not. It's like a little bit. I'm not good enough. Like, I'll be honest. That's what I'm most worried about.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
Is there anything I can make this as not Hodge? Nope. I think it's just Hodge. Please. Please. Fuck, man. I'm taking this. Bastion comp that looked good. Yeah, I saw a Bastion comp that looked okay, but the guy who played it literally had like the nuttiest fucking comp. Oh, here we go. One more. One more.
For Noxus.
One more. I'm streaking, so I kind of want this. There it is. Wait, this is actually, no joke, the easiest game of my life. Holy fuck. Is this game not fucking over? Wait, I have LDP, Leech, 3, 5, 2. Oh no. Oh no, not this comp. Oh no, not this comp. I think I beat this comp, but I need more damage on Graves to beat it. Oh, this comp is really good. Okay, I am like super fed, unstoppably fed. It uses Vagar augments. All right, I don't know about that. All right, I think someone trolled you with that one. So if you're curious, you can make a lot of stuff. Okay, so statistically, Even Shroud is Kiana's best item, but this is the problem with stats, is that they fucking lie. So right now I have LDP, and you want items that on combat start are valuable. So Titans isn't that good because it takes a while to stack. Hodge is really good because you gain it at the very beginning of the fight. Same with things like Death Cap is really good. And so it sucks because I have Titans, and if I get like Titans Even Shroud, the value of my augments are gonna be worse. Even though statistically Even Shroud's really good on Kiana. Like, I would ideally want to make something else. I mean, I'll still make it, but like, you know. LDP, transfer stats, do they? Is that how it works? If so, then that's really good. I thought they did it only at the very beginning. It's a bond that they share. Oh my god, they share for life. That's crazy. Okay, never mind it. Forget what I said. Oh, so that's why it's good. Never mind then. We're good. We're chilling. Then I definitely don't want Even Shroud. I'll take the Titans then. Titans seems really good with this then. The problem is hard to check. Hold on, I'll check it. 140 combat start is 140. And then it's, yeah, I guess it is slowly gaining AP. Fuck, I got Even Shroud.
In the dirt.
God damn it, bro. What are these items? Hello? It's literally impossible. Fuck it, it's Even Shroud. The one problem with LDP for this is, and the one I ran into the same exact problem with LDP the other day. You want your Kiana to be next to your Graves. That's part of why the item is so good. But like, because of LDP, you can't. It's not until you get a 3-star other carry. Pink Echo, yeah, it's not that bad. But it's just like, it's not that good. So I'd rather just wait. Honestly, I'd rather just wait till get good Graves items. Yeah, we're going to Worlds to see New Jeans? Oh, I don't know, man. You tell me. Is Contagion that bad? I feel like it's gotta be the only option. No.
Dawn is the future.
You're gonna go level here to keep streak, and when you want a Slayer here, don't really care what else. Sure. Their support doesn't seem good. It's really bad. Well, that's not true. It depends what you get. The problem is it's super random. I don't, because for instance, I think right now if I took it, there's 2 good ones and then 3 good ones, and then the rest are terrible. Part of the value of stationary support is that it's also a frontline, but you don't really want, you don't need that. The LTV go to all the riot stuff, yeah, but we don't get paid for it. We just go for fun, right? And that's cool. I'm not saying they should, but when you're taking trips like out of the country and you've also traveled a lot, sometimes it's draining. Like for me, like I don't like to go that much because it's draining for my mental kind of deal. Like the only good stationary supports I can get are Zeke's, Chalice, maybe Chalice. Zeke's Chalice is okay. The thing that gives you attack speed, but not really. And that's it. I don't really want the Void thing. I don't really want Zephyr. So it's like for the most part, it's just bad. It's not really good for me. This guy beat me with oh, level 4-3. Look at this. 4-3, 40 gold, level 7, Tyson 2, Fiora 2. And he has a champion duplicator. What the did this guy roll at all? Wait, this guy literally just fucking, he's what? Like I know, okay? Before you say anything, I know I high rolled this game. I understand that, okay? But you can't tell me this guy didn't high roll harder than me. That's the game. Truth. Oh, this guy went MF3. This guy's build is really good. What the heck? Nyla 2, Jarvan 2, Nasus 2, MF3, Nyla 2, GP F45. What the fuck? Who's playing him? Must be some really sad person. Yep, it is a really sad person. I want. Okay, but this is kind of a fake win, right? Because like he didn't itemize his Nyla yet. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this guy wins the lobby because he's 50 gold and he's holding onto his Nico to try a 3-star or 4 cost this game, which is fucking insane. Do I think I just go 8s. I like I cap highest at 8s. I'm wondering how I want to actually cap. I probably cap through H drops, or I cap through Bruiser. But you need a 3-star to move Graves. You don't need to. I mean, I think you can roll at 7 and it certainly has strong upside, but I think when there's already a gunner player, it's fine for you to just go 8 here. Because the legendaries are worth a lot for you in this comp. You gotta win this, right? Nice.
That's where you belong, in the dirt.
Yeah, I think if I really want to count my board, I need level 8, which is fine, completely okay. This guy is, oh my god, 6 gunner, sold his stuff. This guy's playing Soko Azir. Do you think this guy will top 4? I have a suspicion that this composition, that comp is not good. But he two-starred almost everything. God, why did you give me another belt, bro? Please.
That's where you belong.
Anything but the belt, bro. Anything but the belt. Please, I got another belt. Oh, God. I'm making Tank Echo, like, unironically. Oh, I have an anvil. No, I had it. And now it's gone.
Shurima is not of this time.
Don't worry, we'll finish up our Graves items here. It's fine. It's not even bad. It's kind of bad. Don't tell anyone. This guy is GP2? Oh, that is oh, this does not matter. Their moves on. Oh, I'm supposed to. I'm so sorry. Good call. Good call. Good call. Dude, LDP is so good. I think it's. Oh man.
Watch this.
I am Dalton. Your gods fear me.
Let's do it. Blood for Noxus. I never hold back.
And I don't have to hold the viewer. I have to hold the Tyson thing. Dude, am I just amazing at this game, or did I just is LDP broken? Don't answer that question because I'm pretty sure I know which one is the right one.
Yes.
How many impactful decisions that make this game? Think about how many impactful decisions I made today, though. So many. I decided what time to wake up, how long I would stay in bed. I decided to brush my teeth. I decided to put on my skincare. I decided to talk to people. Ixtal's fake. Oh, Ixtal's hella fake. Yeah. But I need Heimer to replace it, or like another legendary, so it's like kind of difficult. I don't even think I put Heimer in the comp. Like, his Heimer is just useless here, right? Ooh, Gunner is hella good. Hind is hella good. Gunner's hella good. Steric's hella good. Fuck. I took my Gunner, bro. I bet you he's playing Gunner. Oh, I mean that makes sense. That does make sense. Yep.
Demacia, now and forever.
I'm hitting. I just want to hit Catherine go up, man. I don't think my comp spiked very hard at level 9 without restarting my rogues. Oh, the edge here is actually really good against rogues. Oh, wow. Yeah, Gunner is really good with this song.
Blood for
One more?
I will rule the Freljord.
Zon's future's about to get light.
Pull the 30 here. I want to
I
keep
never
if possible.
hold back.
I want to overroll. Fuck. By the way, I've not seen a single Kai'Sa, which is kind of worrisome. Also, yes, this unit is fucking useless. But like, I don't know, man. Oh, I got it. Thank God. I don't like a Kiana can whip ult you.
In the dirt.
Holy fuck, he top forward. Holy moly. I can't believe he top forward with Silco's here. Okay. Try to play Capita Delay, but she throws her daggers underwhelming. Oh, but she does so much damage. That's the problem. She does like an assload of damage. So much fucking damage.
Let's dance.
Is GS or Heartbreaker better?
About time I got my hands dirty.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
Oh, this one's bad. Which one's the Bilge player? Oh, the Bilge player is right. Oh, he went 7. Could happen to anyone.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
I missed the echo. I need to stop this guy from getting Kai'Sa.
Watch this.
Fuck, and the echo is so important
More
too.
built over. Consorte.
I
Hear
lost.
my name and
Fuck.
know my strength.
Oh, there's actually a way to where you can win this technically. Oh no. Of course, this guy got so lucky this game. It's fine. Missed second to second. No. Is it a 9 angle? Oh, it definitely could have been. But I think I wanted to roll to the 9 Kaisas, but he hit anyway, so like this game just sucks. The second Echo player, yeah, I mean he just died. FF to save mental, it could be.
Zon is the future.
Like I feel like it is possible to win this game. Call me delusional, but I think it is possible. Oh, it is not possible. Oh, it is not possible. Oh, yeah, I am delusional, yes. Okay, no. Watch, guys. Watch. As soon as I hit this unit, plus 30 is pretty good. I'm gonna place it back. Fuck, dude, you don't understand. I was willing to hold Kaisis the whole game. Look at my rolls that game. I rolled so much. I hit 0 Kaisis in my shop. None. Literally 0. Do the LP, you start climbing? Yeah, I just had to hit. Toast phrase the best. You just have to lose all hope. And then you just, once you've lost all hope, that's when it's easy. You just climb infinite. Triple Pritz? Dude, I either get Targon Prime or I get Priz. Perfect.
For Targon.
He's got D1 forcing chill on new patch. Don't worry, there's a new patch tomorrow. And surely Samira won't be strong tomorrow with Fiora.
Let's start the show.
I was told that you're not supposed to put any items on Jhin, which is so depressing. If you go 6 Ionian, that is so depressing, man. Oh, new jeans? Oh shit, we're prepping? When's the patch up? It's tomorrow, like, I don't know, like 3 or something. I don't know. Shine. Sharia Buildwater, I hope the 2 multicaster comp is TF has this weird thing where if he has too much attack speed, he doesn't. I read he doesn't gain mana or something. He has a really weird interaction.
Now that is what I want to see.
2 item opener, 10 gold. Definitely not this. I don't think I'm going.
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
Do I really want to play this comp? Do I really want to play this comp? Ionia is never worth it. Okay. Say that again. I want to try this one idea where I don't itemize Jin 3. The only thing I put on Jin is a TG. So I save 4 items and I itemize my front line instead. Patches came out 6 hours. They always come out a day early, bro. Literally for every Riot game ever. Maybe not even a day early. Sometimes 2 days early.
I am here to test souls.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Dude, is my LP worth losing this? Guys, I'm uncontested metabolic opener. I have a great lineup. I unfortunately re-rolled gifts, but that's fine because we're looking for Ionian spat. LP is fake. I'm down to give it a shot. I've made extra effort all these years to avoid Riot games with the suffering I've heard. The thing about suffering is you don't know true suffering, true pain, unless you know true pleasure. And that's what Riot games provides. It's both. It's both the drug and the cure, man. What am I even supposed to do here?
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Make 30? Oh, hell no, I'm not making 30. Like, I usually would, but I have this very specific thing I want to try. Which means I'm probably rolling at 5 and not 6. So I want Set and Ash more than I want Jin 3. And that's okay. Well, the econ I do. But honestly, the way I play is so bad. Like, oh, it's another set. I got things. Like, it's so bad. Like, the way I play something, like, I can teach you how to play my way. I can get you to like diamond easily. Every game you go, you find a Renekton the first 2 rounds, make 10 gold, click metabolic, and do not play a unit till 3-5. Not a single one. Maybe play like whatever you can on the PB round, but you don't need to know how to play. I promise. And I can I like skip interacting with a lot of the game, and that's not good. That's just like, that's pretty bad actually. And like, I just roll at 7 for challenges. And if I hit, which given my gold lead, I usually almost always hit, I will top 4. It's so stupid. On this patch, you can do that, and it's the dumbest shit ever. This strategy will not be as effective higher, but also, and the thing I wanted to point out is it's just kind of boring. Because you're essentially not interacting. Like, you're not even playing the game. Yeah, until 3-4 is just chatting stream, pretty much. Like, that's not great. I get diamond watching your stream. Yeah, you can get diamond on this patch. I could literally teach you a way to not play the game, and you would get like fucking top. More than likely, you would climb, and it requires almost no skill. but it's like, that's what I tried to do, but I had one bad day. But I think the reason why I'm stopping to do that is because I feel this fucker. Wait, I literally didn't even see this guy's board. Oh no, I needed to sell the Warwick here. Fuck me. I fucked up. I should have sold and then sold, play Jin, trap the. Oh fuck, man! I only looked at this guy because I thought this guy would be weak or stronger, but I did not watch him. Fuck, man. Yeah, I interacted too much. I lost like 8 gold right there. Probably, because I'm not rolling till 5-2. Fuck me, man. Oh, nice.
Look out! There's a new boss round here.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Favorite top 6? I hope not. I hope that wasn't that bad. Oh, wow. One of these tiers does not look playable. I'm going to reforge. A screaming karma roll. I'm good.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
That reforge kind of sucked. I need Ionian. The problem with this comp is you need Ionian spat. I don't even know how you're supposed to play the game if you don't get Ionian spat. Oh no. Oh no. Fuck it. How much healing is too much healing, guys?
Killing you will be one of mine.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Let's start the show.
Answer the age-old question of, is it possible to heal for too much?
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Killing you will be one of my finest things.
Shit. That was pretty easy. Oh. What is 6 now? Oh, I got shit as well. Interesting. Okay, so right now I heal 2 and heal 2 more. So I'm just healing. That's it. My entire fucking identity is to heal. It's not great, but it's funny. So ideally I can get TG and then heal my way to like a 5th or a 6th or like a 4th. And I'm hoping I just heal my way up.
The shadows.
Hey, Tiny Titans on Twitch. I can't. I can literally try to beat people with health. Aurelia 3 doesn't really matter because you can replace Aurelia with Shen 2. Aurelia 3 and Shen 2 are about the same. I would even say like possibly Shen 2 is better than Aurelia 3. What did my fucking Jin shoot there? What? He literally got distracted by a fly and shot a fly. Interesting. Even worth reading. Nah, because I have to go to 7 anyways, so there's no point reading. Wait, this guy went Kale reroll or Kale and he has level up. Isn't that cheating? Oh, I want to lose this, please. But like, not by that much, you know? You feel me? Yes, I lost by 7. I heal 4. Pretty much means I took 0.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it. For the Freljord!
Oh, shit. Wow, he went Ionic Spark in that comp. That's surprising.
Look out! There's a new boss around here.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I have but one life to
I'd rather
give
buy the
for
Aurelia.
Ionia.
Fuck.
I must make it count.
Fine, I'm sure I'll hit.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Oh, I rolled below 40. Fuck. I forgot about my wellness trust. Shit. I skipped Zaya. Oh, also she. I was hoping to just have all frontline items so I could try only TG Jin, but then look at my items now. They became I think I'm still putting in 6 right here, actually.
For the Freljord!
This fine. I did not know the cash out was this, man.
Are all so
I have 43 health, but I'm third pick. Oh my god, it's free spawn, baby. Question, is TG Xayah good? Probably, right? Oh, it has to be Vanquish. My only question is, do I go 7 here, or do I then try and finish off this at 7? Problem is, I hit Shen 3 already. Shen 2, and that's just really crazy. I don't think I think I have to go 7. I think I have to go 7. Like 4 Vanquishers. The anti-rogue positioning. Oh, it's a little bad when you only have 2 backliners. That's the problem. I want to change is so bad. Okay. No problem. This will be. I'm assuming TG on Vanquishers is pretty good, right? Because TG gives you crit, which they're removing next patch. I was the roll you get the gold ticket and the bronze ticket, then you just get a lot of rolls. What for Nyla says Xayah? Oh, what? I mean, you're probably playing Nyla, if that makes sense, but
So much.
okay, where the fuck is this? I need Xayah and I need Darius, ideally. I don't even know if I need Darius. It's Nyla. Oh, I should pick her up for a 6. I don't even know if 6 Vanquishers is good, but I have a Darius on the bench. Oh, well, I need Darius too.
Are all Southerners so weak?
These items look you do.
Water to me!
Noxus will rise from the shadows.
You're probably still have to play this for now. Wait, I missed Zaya? Oh. Oh. Fine. Quicksilver.
Are all Southerners so weak?
He has 3 items on the bench. That's not good.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
From the shadows.
Oh, it sucks because I need to go 8 for 6 vanquishers actually. The damage increase should be quite huge. Yeah, Darius better. Nah, I don't believe in Darius. I think I do such ass. Maybe put on Nyla though. I kind of feel like I could just roll on 7 here. Oh, I definitely
Ionia.
7 then. I'm 1 away.
So damn quiet.
Okay, now I can go 8. I think I have to go for Shen 3 as an out here. Shen 3, Nyla 3, Zarya 3. I don't know if I can get all of those, man. Look at this. Ooh, that's a worse shot than I thought, huh? I should lost this. There's no way. Bramble is stupid. Stop ignoring my crits. I don't have much great options here. Yeah, I mean, this is like the best option yet.
Is not of this time.
The thing about Wellness Trust is this is an augment that baits the shit out of you to stay above 40 gold. But 40 gold is a lot of fucking gold. You need that gold to do stuff. Like, I think the right play here might just be the level and put in 6 big. Yeah. Pretty sure it's just the fucking bait. I will lose more than 4 gold or 4 life if I do not level here. Pretty sure. I thought there was no way I could get stuff over there, but apparently I was wrong. Oh, I needed the unit to be here. My bad. It was the wrong positioning. Whoops. How much is 2 Bastion? 20 armor MR? That could be worse. Yeah, win this. Last time I played, I was just playing. But now I'm not playing. Ain't playing no games anymore. I can't even go Shen 3, man. I should have sold these last round to get 2. I think I'm just going 9. Wait, I can actually go Shen 3. For Zaya 2, ugh. Yeah, I should. I just somehow feel like Zaya's PG? Nope.
Sharita is where all paths converge. Target you.
I will rule the Freljord.
I never hold back. The river swells.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Okay. 9 Noxus? How did he get? Oh my god. Swain 3 9 Noxus. Healed for about 56 HP. I mean, I think I'm pretty comfortably a second, third place in this game. I don't know if I'm getting first unless I hit Nyla 3. And one of these 2 3-starred, right? Dude, sometimes this Jhin, I swear, is the worst unit in the game. Like, I swear to God, this Jhin is not a real fucking unit sometimes, man. You watching? I think I'm third this game. I'm trying to think if I go 9, if anything changes. I don't think anything changes. I think
The void has breached this place. You should have left home years ago.
I think I'll wait till next round to roll. I mean, I still have a lot of a lot of health. Oh yeah, not possible until I know he's bad. This guy is so strong. Like, actually. Wait, this guy's holding Zaya. He's level 9, 50 gold. Holy fuck, he's going level 10, bro.
where all paths converge. I am Godkin. Your gods fear me.
Water to me! Water to me!
I got one round and I'll roll in. I'm gonna try to save a little bit of health here.
I never hold back.
Every soul shall serve.
Water to me! The river swells.
I think it's useless without healing. Weaker. Damn, I can't believe it was weaker. Fuck me, man. Zaya GP to Zaya 1.
Witness true strength. From the shadows.
Okay.
Demacia, now and forever.
I will rest when our homelands are restored. I will rest when our homelands are
Fuck
restored.
me, it was so close. Nyla 3. Yeah, this guy's board was really strong. he hit what the fort, right? Yeah, he hit 2 sniper focuses, 3 sniper focuses of Mana Zane, 2 DFGs. Okay. Leno, welcome back for 13 months. Game as 36444. Welcome back for 10 months. I mean, I tried something and it worked out, so it's fine. We going to Worlds? Ah, we'll see. Mini Monk takes us up with this stream. I mean, I think what happens with Nyla 3 is you need to give her BT and you need to give her QSS. So I need to sell Shen, remake this Shen, make the round before need to make BT, and then I needed to pray to God. And if I'd done all that, I would have actually won the game, which was really bad because I should have expected that I needed that to win the game. I'm still playing Pengu. I don't think it's bad. I think Earth is the most fun, but I'm not playing that till tomorrow because a lot of the traits aren't clickable. Oh wait, there's a new cheese song. Oh, there's a little. Oh, hold on. Ears out, guys. Ears out. They're gonna see that. Okay, I'm interested. You got me. I was like, that doesn't sound like anything they would play, but I'm interested. Master thing about teaching Toast, watching Toast ball at least 200 LP, and then watching me coach my raise and lose even more. That's so funny. Ochine? 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 Thank you so much for raid. Welcome to the stream. Just playing some TFT today. Kitty is a real treasure. Agreed. Let's do a random one. Wait, Toast lost 200 LP? What's the best comp right now? I don't know. I fully capped. I have no idea. There's just some good. What is? Oh, this comp suck. Okay. He didn't make the analysis up. I don't know. Okay.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I really don't want to play Nox. I'm gonna sell this Bilge water. We're gonna go Bilge. I'm down to do it if I get the Bilge thing, but it's really hard. You also have to get Bilge items, which is also really hard. If I don't get a Shojin immediately, I guess I could have sold this. All right, I have to make a decision right now, and the decision is whether or not I sell for 10 gold here. I think it's not good. I think I play legit this game. Yeah, I think I have to play legit this game because
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge.
This fleshing arena is really interesting.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Is there one that's better than the other? I think I like this.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I'm not mind winning here. So see, this guy is a 20 gold opener with challengers, and he wants to lose streak until Fiora. See, I could tell what he's gonna do immediately. Is it because I'm a genius? No, it's because that's the only thing he can fucking do. Well, this item is not balanced. This item is just like you have an unkillable god. If they don't have enough damage, they literally cannot do anything.
Guess we're fighting.
A lot of people are sacking this game. Oh, a lot of people are sacking this game. I should level here.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I literally looked for a second to see what people are doing. It literally looks like fucking 7 people sacking this game. Oh no, fuck that. You do damage. I don't know if I have people. I have inconsistency. I don't care if I win or lose. Winning or losing is completely irrelevant to me. Look at some of these boards that I'm gonna play. This is not a legal board. I was gonna play Quinn here, but I'm not win streaking, so it feels kind of weird to play Quinn. Oh yeah, Kale does not. It's okay. Still 20 gold. I'm down for any bow or any glove. Really good with this comp. I think this with the unit is so good. I'm at 30 gold here, and it's okay if I wanted to not level here. So I could just level, and I think it'd be fine as well. If I find a Quinn here, for sure I'm leveling.
Demacia is counting on us.
Wow. Oh. That's all I had. Wow. Or the chance of fleshy arena giving me that? I have no fucking idea. Now it's weird. Now I really need Last Whisper. Oh yeah, but I've been kind of interested in this Mordekaiser Kale comp. Or Mordekaiser Kale Quinn comp. I think it's actually not bad. The more I play it, the more I think it's better than I expected. It's just don't get baited to stack items on Fiora. Like Fiora is complete garbage. Be Kale 3 now. I don't ever get both levels of Kale. The US the comp, it's just five Demacia, 4 Slayer. Oh, you can hold on to this.
This place could use some reshaping.
I'm level 530 gold. That's so Dude, this guy, his level 7 is gonna be crazy. For me, Quinn does surprisingly high amounts of damage. It's followed by surprisingly low amount. Like really, Quinn is like an enigma sometimes. Yeah, like sometimes I feel like Quinn just goes absolutely apeshit. I really think a lot of it is just hitting Quinn by stage 3. If you don't, then it's bad. Like I'm down to itemize Quinn. But now it sucks because I need I went for bow for Mordekaiser and now I'm in a weird position where it's like, oh, I have Quinn too. This game's over.
And don't come back.
Why did they give me these items?
Now.
As Ionia changes, so
Why did I get items where it's literally humanly impossible for me to use them? Like, all right, let me go count AP. I want to say he's trying to be AD, AP, AP, AD, AD. Wait, this guy's playing Mord. Wait, there's 3 Mord players in this lobby. Oh, that was so close.
Out of my way.
Piltover's finest.
This guy is trying to make Mordekaiser items. He's going fast Mord, which really sucks because I want to play Mord. But it's okay. Okay, beat him. Inconsistency starts kicking in here. Do I go Sunfire here? Yeah, let's do that. Guys, I really fucking need these things to turn into the items I want. So I need Last Whisper. And then I need RFC. This comp does really well with spats. But yeah, me losing here is not good. I'm wondering if how much I roll next round. Oh. Fuck, I need to keep bows now. Fuck. I think once I finish itemizing Quinn, I need to get an RFC onto this unit. More is really interesting because like RFC it's not actually super necessary if your front line is really good, but it's definitely pretty fucking good.
I never hold back. Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Like, do I even roll that much here? Think it hit scoped? I hope so. Actually, I think I would like the Demacia +1 or something. For frontline, I don't think I can do that.
Demacia is counting on us.
Bro, I still haven't hit a glove yet. Okay, I mean, Nash's is so good. Do I even want double RFC? I feel like I need more damage this game. Griffin 1, it's not better. You're 1, no items, you think it's better than Poppy 2? Hell no. Actually, Ace is even playable. It's not that bad. Problem is, a lot of the X-Stalls are getting buffed next patch, so I just assume that they're
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
I command you to die.
I mean, do I stay 7th here or do I keep going? This guy's kind of good.
Come here. Is where all paths converge.
I feel like my items are good. Also, I'm gonna move this so not everything gets fucking hit with a Jarvan ulti. Yeah, I'm definitely going here. Also, I shouldn't have put an item on Mord here. The reasoning is because if I get the Demacia spat, I'd want to put it. Okay, question. Do you know what do you put a Demacia spat on? There's one unit where the Demacia spat is literally worth like 3 items on. Do you guys know what it is? Nala's Gwen, it's Velvet. Velvet gets the Demacia item is RFC, Radiant RFC. Velvet is fucking disgusting. Also, is this too much range? Do you guys know? Am I supposed to remove rapid fire here? This is. I don't think it can never be too much, right? Did you end up getting a ticket? Who knows?
Become what they fear.
Fuck, I wanted to not roll till next round, but
Now.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Water to me.
Demacia, now and forever.
Every soul shall serve.
Guilty.
oh my, game's got me.
Finality approaches.
What do I even want now? I think I want a front line here. I think I'm supposed to play 2 Mordekaisers here, right? Oh my god. Mordekaiser's kind of going crazy here. Gwen actually is doing a lot. From this position, I guess I can just keep a TG for this, right? I just sell this, I think. Hold on, the Fiora seems like a good idea. Oh, he got Slayer Spat Fiora. Wait, this guy actually tapped his board. Mystic Slayer is not worth it. Without a Slayer Spat, it's hella not worth it. Like, wait, you're literally using like 3 terrible units. 4 terrible units? There's a lot of terrible units, honestly. Go 9 for 7 Demacia. No, not you don't want more Demacia. I don't even want this much Demacia. But the fact that the matter is, Galio 2 is better than Jarvan 1. So it's like sometimes you just sit on a Galio for a long time. This is a test. Oh, nice golden Kappa. The Kael'Nea more. The problem is I need to not get fucking owned. It like kind of does matter, but it kind of doesn't matter. Because I'm getting just rolled by Jarvan if I stack too close.
And don't come back!
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
Okay, well, definitely this. And then do I want armor? MR is great. MR is great. Armor. MR. I think I want MR. I don't care about this. It's just because usually this comp just rolls at 8 for Quinn 3, more 3. But like I have another person contest. I did not imagine someone. It's very rare you get someone who plays Mordekaiser. You know? Super rare actually. Let's go 9, right? I think so.
From the shadows.
I'm praying to God this guy doesn't win streak. Because I slammed Declaw. And Declaw deals with this guy, deals with this guy. Deals with this guy. So I'm hoping to God this guy doesn't randomly fucking crush everyone. But holy fuck, might happen. Suddenly, I feel like I'm in danger. Does level 9 do anything for me? I'm really trying to think if it's worth going 9. I have this weird feeling that it's not.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Rise 2, now Death.
Is where all paths converge.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Wait, I didn't mean to make that. I just meant the whole 2. Oh, that's weird.
Yes.
You always get adaptive. There's so many people that can use it. Your frontline's kind of capped. I do need frontline, but it's like kind of difficult to even get from this position.
Cosonte, hear my name and know my strength.
Stand ready.
For great science.
My room terra will be beautiful.
I should have left home years ago.
They had no Jarvans, no Quins. Fucking kidding me? I might drop to 3 Demacia here. Just so I can play Heimer Cassante. I miss a Quinn there.
Every soul shall serve.
Demacia is counting on us.
Like, I need this to be Jarvan. Or, like, my frontline is shit. It's so bad. Probably not to be the Mossy here. No.
I should have left home years ago.
I don't think I can take repair here.
Now I am the world ender.
Yeah. Game sucks. Me going 6 here is so illegal, man. Like literally didn't. I should have dropped. Oh, I should have just played Shen 2. I didn't find another Jarvan the entire game. It was like fucking 7-way contested. It's fine. It was my bad. I should have just went Shen 2. I had infinite gold that game, but like I couldn't do anything with it. It was definitely like a just go 9, I guess. Little bit mad. J2 plus J4 over this one. If you ever think that you're supposed to play J4 in that situation, you're wrong. You never hit J4 2. Unit is not good. Roll at 7? You did not need to roll at 7. I already stable at 7. Why would you roll when you're stable? Makes no sense. What Sona give you? Go. You're not playing Sona. That's literally I said. You're never gonna get your J4 to ulti at 1 star. It's gonna die more than half the times. That you're not supposed to run either. The problem is you really need to hit Quinn 3 that game earlier. Like I was playing for Cassante 2, Heimer 2 out, but never hits. It should have just been Shen 2. You probably have to play Jarvan 1 just to get 3 Demacia, but it's just Shen 2, whatever. They prefer Pengu. It's whatever. I think it's nice. It's just use beach and health. The game was just unfortunate. Super unfortunate. There's a random Mordecai player in the lobby. I don't like any of these, honestly. Maybe this. Yeah, I think you just keep the Galio 2. You play Galio 2, Shen 2, and then that's it. It sucks that the frontline options in this game are kind of weird.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
You change of legends. I already said I'll play Earth if I want to have fun, but the problem is it's not about the reroll nerfs. It's more just like there's not like it's really bad. Like a lot of the vertical traits are bad, and so like next patch they're buffing a lot of them, so Earth is more fun. But Earth is usually always the most fun. I'm just not playing Earth right now because it's not fun to have half of the things not be great.
You cannot hide.
This is very exciting.
Oh, damn, that game sucked.
I am here to test swords.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me.
Oh, it's okay. That's not a question now. It's just I always get that question. Like one of those questions I get like every day. Not you. It's just whatever. You think Piltover needs a nerf? I would just like Piltover to be removed from the set. I don't like Piltover, period. Not so much like a nerf thing. I just don't like the interaction and how it works. So a lot of Piltover does not make me happy about it.
Fight me if you have no spirit.
Fuck, this is so good. Can I flex a... This is gonna sound like a weird question. Can I flex Rage Blade? Oh, it's like the only good slam here though. It's just so bad not to slam this.
Will be consumed by it.
Yeah, I don't think augments will ever go away. It's definitely one of the things that has been most successful for what they've done. See, the problem is I can't slam anything here. Is that really the correct play? Is me fucking slamming JG and playing for Sorks from a no tier position? That doesn't sound great.
Time for games.
I think it's so easy to play the Piltover variant, so I'm hoping I just get Piltover. Not get Piltover.
All in.
The traits don't matter. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely feels like a lot of powers and augments, which is both like a good thing and a bad thing. The problem is when augments are not balanced, when like characters are not balanced, and augments are not balanced, it feels really bad. I think on top of that, because stats exist, a lot of times people just look at the stats and like, well, how could this ever be good? Like, and I feel like that is not good for the game. I definitely understand the devs' problems with his stats, because I fucking hate stats as well. But it just sucks that like if you're like casually playing whatchamacallit, TFT or something, like stats are just a tool. The numbers themselves aren't evil, but just like the way people use them sometimes are like fucking stupid. TFT is just for the same builds. I mean, like realistically, I'm gonna be 100% serious with people. Most of the fun and like the skill in TFT has never been the in-game building the board. Like your boards are gonna be very whatever, similar a lot of the times. I feel like that skill is not something that is like, I don't know. Like a lot of the skill comes from how you deal with certain positions in the mid game. Like that's where most of the skill expression is in this game. So it's like seeing the same in-game boards is like, I don't care as much. Even then, I feel like that's a gross exaggeration. Even on this current patch, there's like, I guess anywhere between like 5 to 12 playable comps. But like the positions you play those comps in are not great sometimes. Like for instance, there's some like the Nico reroll comp is only available with double trouble, which seems like, well, shit, like that doesn't seem very good, you know? Do I really fucking just go challengers from here and contest 4 fucking challenger players? I think I'd rather try to go Quinn from here than do that. If you be my vertical, it's vertical traits are like going up. It's the same as if you play any strategy game. When you go wide, you have a lot of traits. When you go tall, you stack 1 trait. Oh, that's mine. I am. What do you do when you play a cutie and get no traits? Okay, cuties, he doesn't do that, man. You guys gaslight me to think cutie sucks. When I watch him play, he's not that bad. TFT is like chess, and there's objective lines you follow, and a better player will be able to pick up on them and react to opponent's lines. I think it's like some part, the early game of chess is kind of figured out, and I think maybe that's true a little bit for TFT. But but like the mid game is fucking crazy. Some people can just have the preferences too, and you can't really tell if one person's preferences are that much better or worse. I think I'm supposed to go Sorks. Wow, this shop right here is crazy, actually. Because this shop is, I buy this.
The darkness of the void.
This. Now hold on to it. I just realized I got 0 tiers, man. 0 fucking tiers. Can I still play Sorks? One person playing Sorks. 2 people. Oh wait, that's not. Yeah, I'll do this for now. Let's see what happens. Ace Pengu, it's pretty good. It's personal preference. Lots of Pandoras. Gold is terrible. Silver and whatever are really good, which is why TF is generally not a good one, unless comps are OP that require stacking items, like Mordekaiser. Yes, it's so bad. I might have to do it, man.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Yeah, LDP Sorks is like one of the best augments you can get on Sorks, because Sorks gets naturally, they're one of the only things in the game that give stats. So LDP is really good like Gunners and Sorks, so you get so many stats, like a disgusting amount of stats. So it's 50 AP to both, but then you split the 50 AP, or you add, it's like 100, and then you get 25 split, right? Super fucking good. How do I fucking do this?
I may be merciful.
I also don't know if what I even said made sense at all there, because the way I phrased it was really weird, but I'm sure you guys got it. Opinion on Kate as a hero, she's really good for streaking. Yeah, you guys, like, sometimes I say things and the things that come out of my mouth are not the things that I mean to say, but they make sense if you do you know the term context clues? If you follow the context clues, you'll be able to understand. Are you in the Vegas land? Who knows? Please, thank the fucking god. Okay, that guy is Sork player. Wow, how did he not immediately go for Soko there? Am I going to Worlds? We'll see.
Colossus will remain.
Oh, I got it. Oh, I find it's lock-in. How do I feel about that? I feel okay about that. This comp usually doesn't have enough frontliners to make lock-it work. I could do something like this. And it's actually pretty good. And it helps your frontline. It's pretty fucking good. I think it's the best one I could have gotten, because a lot of times with Sorks, you just carry Sorks through their passive. Like you kill the first unit and it splashes, and then here. Lock-it scale dummy level? No, but the dummy scales, if that makes sense. LVP stats apply before after. It is consistent throughout the entire match, is what I learned last game. So it's a buff that's consistent, so it'll work. Wait, this guy, I was gonna say, this guy is crazy. How is this stuff not on Silco? And it is on Silco. He has camp duplicator. Okay. I need to get to 5-6 Sorks. Loose streak Sorks is not good. Do I? How much? Oh my fucking god. It's actually a fucking dub. Holy shit. Am I supposed to roll here, or do I just do this and then go 8 next round? I think without 6 Sorks, it's like impossible to play this fight. But I also need space. I think I'm supposed to roll a little bit. I think I'm okay. This. The problem is this is kind of an impossible to use item. If you're not using JG, it's like, what are you doing? Kind of. That's fine. 1 unit lost. 2 unit lost. Okay, I got healing glow to death. Okay, looks like we're rolling at 7.
Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
Here I come!
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Wait, this guy is also has 5. No way. This guy has fucking 5 Vel'Kozes, so I'm never gonna hit. How is it not this unit that gets LVP? Is he really like? I don't get it. I'm actually down for this. I care. I'm okay with this. I guess I'm rolling next round because I would like to just get. I can't roll for this. If that guy has a fucking lesser duplicator as well. I just got I love Lost Streak Storks. Oh yes. Okay, I should just take a front line here, man.
Shurima is not of this time.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Yeah, I don't know how to move this board around to actually fit correctly. I think what happens is I put Vel'Koz here, I put Silkon here. This is the only way to do it.
Demacia, now and forever.
You guys just so set lines here on the Derek a long time ago. That's my bad. Pretty sure I can never play some of this. This is no way. Can you 3-star?
Survive. Fight. Let the master out. Survive. Fight.
I got another glove. Wait, you from this spot? I just loot. There's no coming back. I got contested, and the person went for Vel'Kozes. He's first place with this many Vel'Kozes. He ended up getting gotta go fast. He ends up BIS Soko. Feels bad. I end up getting what, 2 gloves from this? Like, that's not even a real item. I don't fucking know, man. Here?
And be gone.
Oh my god, it's actually fucking saved. Fuck it, I have to do this, I guess.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
for great science.
Wow, if I can crit. I mean, now that Soko actually does damage.
Become what they fear.
Like a lot of damage. Like enough damage where I can actually hopefully win fights now. Wait, he didn't cast even though he's full mana. Okay, well, at least it was close. Game sucks. Hopefully 7th? Yeah, hopefully. Oh no. One of those games should have taken replicated augment bullshit. My bad. I hate playing Storks. I'm gonna play some ads. If I get contested, it's just like, what the fuck do I do? Don't hit Soko 2? It's fucking FF, get 5 gloves. Even with 4 multicasters, I think 4 multicasters is not the way to go. I mean, whatever happens with 4 multicaster, I'd still be in the same position. The position of you're not gonna win without frontline, and you can't get frontline. So, like, you're not getting Swain because there's a Noxus player, another Stork player. You're not getting Terra because there's another Stork player. So you have 0 frontline. You're not 3-star in Vel'Koz. All your items are on. So what are you gonna do? Pray to God you hit TF2 from 0 TFs? From 1 TFs? Think that's pretty bad. Hey, dummy, pair well. Isn't that augment removed? I mean, yeah, anything that gives frontline is fine, but really, realistically, you'd rather just get Stork +1 and then just run the different frontline. And playing Storks without Stork +1 really sucks. Pretty sure it is very bad. Getting contested, very bad. Like, literally, all my items are terrible. You do not need JG with Storks. Like, it's nice, but Gunblade is so good. Maybe Azir. No, Azir sucks. Azir's like you could play Azir in the worst case scenario, but my god, I don't think I was at that scenario. I don't think it was that bad. Yeah, Azir is such a bad unit. I'd rather just Rage Blade a Silco. I tried to make a zero work and it felt like complete ass, like so bad. What do you do with the glove when you're committed to Sorks? Guard breaker, PG, JG. I mean, JG is not a bad item. It's probably it's the highest damage item with Sorks. Gunblade is just usually better overall on anything that's not, unless you have like a shitload of AP.
Shurima is never lost.
Okay, Shifting Sands is the only Shifting Sands and Stillwater are the only two arenas I hate to play. I prefer not to play them over anything. I would just prefer like literally just to leave. I thought this was shifting for a second. I was so fucking sad. Jess Corn, welcome back for 19 months. Thanks for your subbing. Invokers don't feel good. That's not true. But invokers need Galio to Soraka and not Karma. I understand why that's confusing because you would assume the 3-cost invoker is better than the 2-cost invoker, but that assumption is wrong.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
I am here to test souls.
Probably not accelerated this game. Should I try it? Kind down. He's playing Azir, it's over. No, trust. There's no way Azir could be bad with this much support. Aside from Azir, what's a unit that can scale really well with attack speed? Mordekaiser. There we go. That's our new. Oh wait, but there's not a Slayer of. It's Fiora, isn't it? Or Kaisa? Well, I mean, it's actually Aatrox. You're right. It actually is Aatrox. Belveth, Aatrox, Fiora, all good. It's definitely Aatrox. Like before you get to Aatrox, I feel like you need something else, you know? I mean, last patch, the best thing to do was to Shurima set, right?
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Work for early. I mean, I can't. I don't think replacing this is that good. If that makes sense. It showed you too. I mean, there's a lot of things I could do. I think Cho does not matter. Because I'm not getting Cho 3 this game, so it's very irrelevant. But I think I'm gonna try to make the best Azir items in the game. I want Azir to do so much fucking damage that the other team is shocked, literally flabbergasted when I throw Azir at them. The average placement is 4.82 with 6 Shurima. Huh. That's interesting. This is a Cassie upgrade, so it felt really good to get.
I'll take care of everything.
The reason I put it on this instead of Cho is because I'm gonna stack this unit. Be sure. Wait, how come this comp uses 2 spats, huh? You spat Jarvan, you spat Aatrox. Huh, so I need to use 2 spats to make this comp playable. I mean, I have 1. If I just get the other one, it's okay. You ever try a Lowry roll carry? I have not. That does not seem very good. I'm trying to play vertical Shurima, but like, okay, real talk, at the very least, bare minimum, no one's gonna fucking contest me, right? Like, I can't imagine anyone in the right mind is gonna be like, yeah, fuck this guy. We're gonna make sure he never fucking touches like Azir again. Like, no one's gonna fucking play like, or have 3 people fucking do Azir, you know? 6 Bastion and Lowy Soraka duo. Oh, I saw that shit. That someone only got away with it because they had Bastion blue, and that was it. It looked like a comp that was like he had double Bastion, but without it, it did not look that good. I mean, I think Ixtal is gonna be so OP next
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
For the patch notes, I literally think it's on my other mod. Yeah, it's literally here. I was looking at them a little bit, but yeah, I think I'm only worried about. I think it's actually gonna be a decent patch. I'm surprised they didn't buff. I don't know. I don't know how sizable the Vanquisher stuff is. Of course I get this fucking item. Just goddamn the worst item in the game. There's no touch-ups? Yeah. Definitely. The double trouble Nico Tarek Milios. I think Millia reroll would be really good. Actually. And they buffed vertical Shurima, which is good, which I feel like this comp would be way better next patch. Is there a Shurima heart, guys? Let me go look. I think they removed them, right? I'm pretty sure they removed Shurima heart. There is no heart. Oh my god. He's going Super Saiyan.
Always rises to the top.
I'm assuming all of these are ass, but okay, just double check it. I was right. Unified has to be good. I have to use check win rate. Oh, I just use tactics on tools. It's like not an app, just something that everyone uses.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
It's like the only website stat site that does any good on their bullshit. Oh, my biggest problem here is just like, how much is 6 Shurima? Guys, I feel like I'm really cooking with this build, and I don't think I like what I'm cooking. I would like to get out of the kitchen. Please. Why are there 2 5-win streakers, man?
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Set sail.
That's a pumping up from the Yi traits. It's broken on gunners, and that's it. And legendary splash. It's the best late game scaling augment in the game when you're splashing legendary. But like aside from that, it's not as good this set as the other set. I don't, unless pumping up vanquishers, the only problem with it is that they're Ionians, so they get a lot of attack speed, so it's not as good. Give me Warwick. I mean, as opposed to what? It's just the best unit for now. Okay, wait, hold up. He's about to go Super Saiyan. $86 stacks. Coming up Gunner, yeah, it's the only augment it's good on, unfortunately. Fastest or Zero, both awesome. Double Rod Mord. If it was a double bow Mord, it'd be better. Wait, I sold a Reluctant. Wait, it was only Reluctant 1? Oh no. Healing. It doesn't matter. Let's sell her every time. I'd sell her 3 times more if I could, man. You know, hold a unit to hopefully get it on stage 3-5 to finish off your comp, bro. Unless, oh, it's fine. I don't even know if I should have leveled, actually. I think after I lost this or won this, I think it was 6 sure, it was worth leveling, but without it, maybe I jumped the gun here, honestly. Maybe that was my bad. That was definitely my bad. My Wi-Fi unify the back? Yeah, maybe. Unfortunately, when you level, your unit gets placed here. It really sucks. What is Azir's best items? I don't think it. Honestly, I think Rage Blade is only good in matchups where you need to go infinite. There's not many matchups actually where it's good. I actually think this is the most overrated Azir item ever. But yeah, like usually I find that you don't want Rage Blade at all on Azir. Usually it's like Shiv XX, Shiv Nashor's X. X could be whatever you want, really. How come you're playing it? Because I feel like it. Bro, I'm playing as Azir. You think I care about winning? I'm just trying stuff. I slammed this because I had the items at the beginning of the game. And it helped me streak. But it's just so good. It's just... He's an attack speed scaling unit. And you need pen at some point, so it's just perfect. I mean, honestly, Shiv, if you have Shiv on someone else, like, oh, this is... How is it possible I can get dropped 3 swords? How is that humanly possible? Is there someone that can use swords? I'm about to throw this shit on the fire, like for real. Not Aatrox. I mean, I'm definitely turning one of these into a gunblade, right? And then the other ones are just fucked. If I get Pandora's, if I get Pandora's here, I should quit the game. Pandora's is one of the worst augments I can get here. Like, I would ideally want Shurima +1, Earth. I don't even know if you can get Earth here, but I would want that. Like, unless it's silver Pandora's or Radiant, I wouldn't want it. I would just want more damage. I would give up items to do that. Oh god, that is not good. That is not good. Walk is okay. Yeah, I think I actually have to Deathblade Nefari. No problem. Azir, that item is not a real item on Azir. Like, it's so much better to wait for Shiv, whatchamacallit, Gunblade, than it is to hope to God that you get the other thing. Is it the next hero double components? I'm telling you, you cannot get rid of swords. The problem is swords are really hard to get rid of. If you look at this comp, it's like Gunblade, Giant Slayer, and I'd still be left with a sword. You know? Gunblade, Giant Slayer, and then I BT the Aatrox I get later. But even, like, that's like such a stretch. And it's such a waste. Like, I'd rather you go for something different on the carousel. I wonder though if I could play like
The void has breached this
even like one of
place.
these units, you know? When you do Deathblade, he scales off of AD, and then when he dies, he gives his buff to one of your units, and that buff scales off of AD. So it's good. Oh, 6 streamer right here. Fuck.
And in need of mending.
Did not see that. I don't think I can ever play. Is it 9? 9, I would need another spat. Oh, I got healing orb to death. Derek's Nasus is pretty solid. You just would rather. I'd rather do full tank items, but sure. I mean, it's not terrible, I guess, if that's. I want bow. Okay, I want this, but. Fuck it, I'll just take this. Well, open BF. Open that. It's okay.
Shurima is not of this time. I am Duncan. Your gods fear me.
No, not yet. No way I'm selling show 2 yet.
Everyone pays.
That's over again for Invoker. Oh, it actually might be. I know.
Demacia, now and forever.
Okay, I kind of feel okay now. Okay. I would like the TG to actually go on to Nas, because I think he can use a lot of the items better. Oh, wait. I got it? Oh my god. Just in time, baby. Just in time. Yeah, I actually think dude, I don't even know if I want to play 6. 6 feels weird. This feels weird. Like, I think it's actually better to play Scion here than 2. Like, is 2 actually even worth anything? 20 armor and Mars would be useless. I don't think I ever played Endgame Gen actually. It's just something you can put in case you don't hit your other stuff. Just give me a blade here, I guess.
From the shadows.
And then I will, yeah, like it's fine to hit because I hit it, but it's not something I want to play usually. Oh boy. I guess we're doing this again. And this for bulk. Okay, I'm good. Oh, these Nasus items are kind of good. Okay, let's go. Let's go. I cannot kill this. Are you fucking kidding me? I hit this the whole game. Okay, let me go roll for Azir too. I'm sorry, I did not realize my unit is not apparently does not do fucking damage.
Yes. Battle. Yes. Shurima is where all paths converge. Battle. Yes. Shurima is never lost.
Okay. It sucks. I literally had the Scion too, but I need this 2-star for me to do anything. That did not feel good.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Hope I don't hit the rogue player. This is the rogue player, isn't it? No one takes fucking. Oh, it's not. Nice. Okay. Cassante looks. Oh. What can I even remove from here? Nothing? I can't go 9 stream, unfortunately. Well, I could, but like, I should put it set. Yeah, but like, I don't know if that's happening. He didn't move. Did my Jarvan block the unit? I didn't even know that it could happen. Okay, wait, my Azir's kind of. Wow. The Fury did 4K? The Fury outdamaged my Azir? But I have like almost, I have so much, like my Azir items are like almost perfect. Okay, before I couldn't do anything because I didn't have a 0-3. And now, or 0-2. Now that I have a 0-2, obviously it's going to be different. Huh. Alright, I'm not playing this here again. This fucking unit sucks ass. The Nationals on Zero, it would not have mattered. Totem Adept. Thanks for some of this stream. Lee Year, more for 45 months. I'm gonna play some ads. He's Joe Gauntlet, bro. He does not need anything. He needs a fucking rework. He needs fucking Mordog to buff his ass. That shit sucks. The worst part about the game is I feel like there's is there any reasonable way I should oh fuck man. Whatever. There is just something really wrong about that unit. Something super wrong. It'd be Azir, bro. I know Azir could have had more items or better items, but I think if you doubled his damage in those games, I still would have lost. Like you have to think like, okay, if I best in slot items, I do what, like 30% more damage, 50% more damage, I would have still lost in more than half of my matchups. They do a hyper roll. Oh, I'm not interested. It's fun for people who don't want to take it. It's like ARAM, right? Like I play ARAM for fun, and I wouldn't play hyper roll because I feel like the base game is already kind of like that for me. Azir better than Zaya? You know, I don't know. Like the I started playing for fun. I lost 100 LP, man. But like, oh, I would just switch to Earth, honestly. But like, if I play Earth right now, what I can't go Ixtal spat. I can't go Rogue spat. I can't go Shurima spat. I can't go. I don't think I can go Ionian spat. I don't think I can go Vanquisher spat. Ionian spat's okay, but I conflict. I can go Bruiser. I can go Piltover. I can go Bastion. I could technically go Invoker, I guess. Yeah, there's like, I can't click on half the fucking emblems, man. Rogue sucks. The Rogue emblem is terrible. It doesn't do anything because you always want to play the 4 rogues.
We did it! Yeah!
It helps you a little bit during the mid game, early mid game, and then that's it. When more than likely on rogues, you would rather just have damage. Almost always.
Samira, try not to slow me down.
New patches tomorrow. I don't think you play either of these three costumes, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Oh. Yeah, I saw the New Jeans doing the World Anthem. I already retweeted that shit instantly, man. Ixtal sucks. There's a reason they're buffing Ixtal like super fucking hard. A lot of the Ixtal traits, aside from the wood trait, are really not that good.
I got no time.
They're super buffing Ixtal, by the way.
Your soul will feed the void.
I want to contest Cho so bad.
Next breath might be your last.
I am here to test souls.
I got no time for games.
Yeah, I think when you go one buffet, it's essentially like getting Pandora's. I'm pretty comfortable looking to go whatever from this position. Oh, how much gold is this? All I know is I need I like how I opened this and it's instantly the comp I want to play. It's only the question is if I want to play the Quinn version or the Noxus version. I think the Quinn version is generally speaking better. Or sorry, the Demacia version is generally speaking better. I think military reroll next patch is gonna be actually really good. Like decently good. Really good as a stretch.
I don't kill you, son will.
Dude, I see all these people playing this comp and I'm like, man. Look at these guys contesting this comp, but they could be me and not contest. I played Mordekaiser. I would usually pre-level here most of the times, but I have a reason why I'm not doing it this time. Fuck. That's because I think the streak is worth more than the level here. Unless you think you can swing your board into winning these rounds. I don't think I can.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Oh, I have so much gold though. I have way more gold than I thought. I could actually level. I could have actually level shit. Okay, I'm 30 level 5. Wow. The Hall of the 9 gold was crazy. Everyone, look how rich people are. Surely this guy is not going Mordekaiser. That would be really unfortunate. Didn't he take a fucking bow from me? Put the items on kill. Yeah, you're not going. You're not supposed to. Yeah, it's not. It's not good. This game is not good. Oh, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Level 540. How is this guy level 5? With the thing is, okay, challenger. Challenger. There's 4 challenger players this game. That's why I was like, oh, oh, he's playing kill reroll. Okay. I got spooked. He's actually got 5 kills. Wow. Okay. So he's playing kill reroll. I might have to play this version then, because I don't think I can get Quinn 3 with him. I feel like Quinn 3 is like, I think Quinn is okay, like kind of nice.
I have but one life to give for Ionia.
It's some items he didn't want to
Make it
streak.
count.
He was worried about streaking here, which kind of makes sense.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I think usually I want Nashers last, but it's fine. Is this a Mord game? Bro, what other things am I playing with these items? I guess I can play. Yeah, he went Cho, but he has like he didn't hit. Good.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
I'm going for more 3 this game for sure. I might go the Noxus version, because the Noxus version allows you to play 2 Mordekaisers on board, and the Demacia version is kind of iffy on that one. That sucks. I mean, did it suck that much? You're probably just going out here on Driver Night.
I got no time for games.
cannot believe I'm beating comps with this board. This board looks so bad, but I made sure.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Set sail.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Guys, I found the best thing to do for Azir. I could just turn Azir into someone better, and then all of a sudden my comp is perfect. They purchased your arena skin. I don't know if it's for sale anymore. If I someone would have to tell you if that's true or not. But it was the last year's Chinese New Year board. 2 years ago, I think, or last year. I don't remember. This year's. My bad. I think I want to level here. Just to find the 4 cost to play for my shop. I think I need to find one. I want to find one more. That's it.
Pick up the scent.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Let's do the Noxus 3 instead of the Hope your mascot is a TFT TV. They would never do that. New Invincible season might be out this year. I thought, did you hear about the new thing in the boys universe that is coming out this week? I don't know what to think about that. I really like the boys, but I thought the last season, I didn't watch all of it, but it got a little slow.
About time I got my hands dirty.
It's a teen drama. Oh, it's a teen drama, really? Lit. Oh, it's all original. There a role for another? I don't think so.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
This guy. God, life is not fair, man. He even rolled that much gold. He still has 20 left. Get everything.
Let the monster.
Can't even get my things to roll correctly, man.
strength of Noxus.
Right to glory.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
Demacia, now and forever.
True loyalty, power.
Shurima is not of this time.
Hey, I want one.
I bring death.
Let's dance.
Water to me.
All according to plan.
What the fuck, man?
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Sure.
Demacia is counting on us.
There's no way this piece of shit is real, man. There's actually no fucking way.
Battle, yes.
A 3-item carry is 1 star right now. That's not good. Slayer, that's why I think Slayer sucks at 7. I don't have enough frontline to support it. Real fucking bad. Super fucking bad. What's an item I'm looking for Aatrox? What are his best items? Hysterics? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna get shifted over eventually, right? No, Noxus, I mean, I can't fit it in. Like, where would you want me to fit it? Not until 8 at least. Maybe I can hold on to this one. But I think it's better just to reroll the Aatrox, honestly. Or just never hit Aatrox. That's cool. Like, a good unit? Not really, but he's a unit you have to play to get Slayers and the Demacia, so. If I go 8, I could play Scion and play 3 Noxus. Or I could just play 6 Slayer. This guy's item okay. Okay, 5 streak this round is really good. I think I have to go 8. So at the very least, we'll chill with Wade. I mean, rolling 5 costs is pretty good. Like, no lie. It's really difficult to hit like a bad 5 cost. Like, or there's just so many. I should say it's pretty easy hitting the 5 costs you want because there's so little 5 costs. I am not gonna lie though. I feel like I'd rather just play more frontline than Noxus. Noxus feels so whatever here.
Now I am the world ender.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Am I trolling? Fuck, I am trolling. I could. You made Nasus. Oh, Nasus was never gonna stand this comp. I don't need a Juggernaut. It's just like it's a 2-star Nasus, right? You're not getting rid of it for a bit. Oh, but it's actually kind of slapping though. I think you have to roll for, there we go, like paired stuff.
The void has breached this place.
Ideally, you're rolling for.
To me.
Oh shit! I would like that.
Demacia, now and forever.
I think that's just fine. I think rolling 1 and rolling these are pretty good, and I just. Yeah. Guys. The Nijis will be going, yep. Read about it like literally as soon as I found out. Down for QSS. He's really good with QSS. Down for IE. I think IE he does the most damage. I'm kind of down. I don't think, I'll be honest, I don't think you need healing, right? He has built-in healing. Okay, or just fuck me, I guess. Last Survivor would have been interesting. I feel very powerful and in control. I would like it to 2-star another one of these, but I don't have enough gold for it, I don't think. My real question is, do I just go 9 here and just keep rolling this till for Mordekaiser? I feel like I need another one. I need like another thing to roll, another 2-star, and then I can just go to 9. I think with just one, it's gonna take me forever to get the Mordekaiser. Wait, there's someone with a Mord. Wait. Yo, I need someone to beat this guy up. Anyone got me? I just played it one after not touching for a year, feeling like the same characters being played. I always feel like it's very different. I don't know.
Witness the strength of Noxus.
Shadows.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
This guy. I think this guy rolled double fucking redemption here, man. Like, actually. His team has 4 redemptions. What the fuck? Okay, thank you.
I will rest when our homelands are restored. I'm about to ruin your day.
I lost. This guy's board is so fucking good. Man, how is it that every time I go from I can never tap the board, man? It's a fifth, of course. Of course. No plus math. Dirt 57911. 114 months. Should have put in DSG Meech over DSG Young. Hmm? Yeah, that game sucked. What's new? Found literally 0 Mordekaisers. Naturally, yep. Didn't find Jarvan 2 the whole game. Had Pandora's. Yeah. I think he could have won the game off Aatrox itemization, or at least top 4 the game. But that sucks. I went for something stupid at the end. Did they return a meteor topper or Belshaza? Lost Ark is definitely. Oh my. Oh, I was supposed to play Val after that game. Holy fuck. I definitely should have forfeited. Oh no. Noxus Cup? Hell no. Oh my, this is the game where I don't want to forfeit. Fuck. The opener is so good, man. Oh my god.
We're fighting.
Oh my fucking god. This opener is kind of crazy. The Piltover? Nah, it's boring. I played too many Piltover games. I mean, I may have to forfeit this game anyway, so we'll see. Oh. Oh. Is it really iron assets? I feel like it's not because I have 22 gold here, right? Doesn't push me into the next one. Maybe it is actually.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've
Maybe
been.
it is. He has way more chores than Lost Ark. Alright, I don't want to say you're sipping the sauce, but I feel like you're sipping the sauce. Wait, there's a Willia and a William. Huh.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
You play 1 to 3 characters, the game is dope AF. Okay. There's likely a chance I return, but I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't know. I've heard I would just want to do the fight. I'm assuming, oh no, there's a Slayer spat player. Oh, he's going this version of Slayer, so he's not gonna get best. Great. Hey bro, should I just climb within 15 minutes of making my character? Yeah, that does sound nice.
Justice will be served. I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
You played 12 characters yesterday, bro. You just told me that Lost Ark is a sick game and you said you played 12 characters. 1 Guardian per day accounts is actually not that bad anymore. It's pretty good. Oh god. This guy. What am I reading? 12 characters. Bro, if I start playing, I'm gonna be like that guy. You guys want me to turn to him? I thought you guys cared about my well-being. Say one. I said 1 to 3. That's how it starts, though. You know, you're like 1 to 3. Yeah, but I'm like perfectly efficient. Like honestly, 4 could be pretty good. And then you go from 4, and then all of a sudden you're playing fucking 12 tunes. You know. The caster work despite the challenger players. There's too many dogs already, man. Okay, this game, there's no way I bought them for, right? Like, well, unless I forfeit, then it's possible. You know, the worst part is I don't want to. I leveled here, but I don't want to. Hold on. I think Last of Us is worse than Redemption, which is why I didn't say it. You're definitely coming back to Jumpstart. At least try to Jumpstart stuff. You can make more characters, but it's hard to push them at the moment. How many characters can you Jumpstart? Just one? One. Bro, I literally feel like there's like a Lost Ark propaganda in my chat, and they get paid off every month to swing by, and someone's like, yo, you should play the game. Wait. I can actually forfeit in like 10 minutes. I would do it for gems. Don't forfeit, just wait. No, this is gonna take 20 more minutes. There's no... Like, if you want me to do that, you guys have to play like a Swift play. I'm so sorry. It's literally gonna take 20 minutes.
Every step, a new journey.
Compared to where you quit the first time, Scarra, the game is a way better place. Yeah, no shit. I played the... It's like telling me that when I quit Genshin, now Genshin's in a way better place. Yeah, when I was playing Genshin, I was free to play, picking stones off the fucking ground, man, for like pennies. Like, I hope it's in a better spot than that.
Demacia is counting on us. Now!
Oh, wait. Oh my god. Wait a fucking second. Oh, it's actually due. Wait. Oh my fucking god. Return was the most downloaded free game on Steam in July. July of 1 year. Wait, that's so funny. Oh, wait. Do I need to play a rank game? Wait, hold on. Let me... There's no way. Can I play Valorant client with the... Okay, let me try. Let me try something. Wait, I didn't... Do you think I can play Valo with TFT at the same time? Can't be that hard, right? The Soji special, does he really do this? He does DMs and gets farmed. Oh. That doesn't sound like what I want to do. Yeah, and then I can play wait, hold on. What if I also just make it like a small square? Wait, do I make TFT smaller or do I make Valo smaller? Might as well install Lost Ark. Nice try. Okay, so what if I just windowed this? Okay. Okay, I need to play one rank game to queue with them. We're gonna do this thing that I like to call be a gamer. I don't have a 1440 mod. I have a 1980. I don't like that modder. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. Wait, I need the bow. No, why didn't you guys warn me?
Is counting on us.
Are you in a TFT game? Oh shit, how did he know? I need to be someone completely useless. This character. Guys, my Mordekaiser needs bows to play the game, and I didn't get a bow. I mean, Scabrod's been round. Okay. There's a newbie card set. Okay. You're telling me that I should come back and play Lost Ark is what everyone's saying. Instead of playing games like Baldur's Gate, you think I should come back and play Lost Ark?
Demacia is counting on us.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Demacia, now and forever.
Someone dodged? If you please I'll actually play, I would drop another billion. Oh my god. Okay. Hold up guys.
From the shadows.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Okay, don't. Oh, a bow!
I never.
Oh my
hold
god.
back.
Oh, he's in the corner. Okay. Okay, I know I'm griefing my teammates a little bit.
Has returned.
Every soul shall serve.
Now! Where there is evil, I shall go.
Yes. No, I'm not buying it. Oh my god. I'm literally off my fucking monitor. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I'm not griefing, guys. I promise you it is not happening. Dude, I clicked off my fucking screen and it... Don't worry about it. Not griefing, by the way.
Demacia is counting on us.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
Fine, it's fine. Why does...
Okay.
Dude, it keeps clicking off my screen. Okay, wait, I cannot do this. I cannot do this. I cannot do this. My fucking video is like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I have to do Windows full screen. I literally cannot fucking, I keep clicking off my screen. Or, borderless, what? Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, how do I fix this, guys? What the fuck? Oh, I clicked off. I clicked.
I never hold back.
Dude, my mouse is off my fucking screen, man.
Become what they feel.
Oh. Okay. Wait, I need to find a fourth Slayer. What? Why did I not find a fourth Slayer, guys? Wait, is that Bo? Not Bo. Oh. Oh my god. What the fuck is going on, guys? I'm actually a fucking bee. Oh, I definitely need a level, like, ASAP. This is my fourth Slayer.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Okay, I'm ready. Dude. My mouse cursor is off the fucking screen. Oh my god. It's off. My mouse cursor minimizes my game. Wait, how do I stop that? Okay, wait, what if I do it this is a smaller one? And then it's just, I just have this on. If you left click once after you tap it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't do anything.
Demacia, now and forever.
I never hold back.
I am Captain. Your gods fear me.
Okay, so it still goes off. It went off again. Oh my god. I literally only have one shot before it tabbed me out. I got the fucking headshot. I can't fucking tab out. Guys, I can't play this. I can't play this game. I have to go. I have to go. I'm gonna get a headache doing this. Okay. Okay, let me fix this. Okay. What is letterbox? I'm actually getting a headache fucking doing this. Give me a sec. Letterbox is like a movie like this? Oh, no, I'm good. All right. I cannot believe I have 4 kills. All right, we're going to win this game. There's no sound. Really? All right, give me one. I think I never put sound on. Give me 1 round. Okay, OBS, sources, all sound. There's not a sound for. You're right. You are right. The window is going to be Valorant.
Kill their sky.
That good?
Cage triggered. 1 enemy remaining.
That game was a free first. Yeah, I think so.
Hiding.
Did I have 80?
Ready.
Tell me what I ended in that game. I think I ended 6.
My camera is destroyed. Last player standing. Cage triggered.
It's fine.
Clutch.
You know what else is free? The free trial of the award-winning MMO FL4. You know, I heard most SF14 players say aren't playing the game.
I may have jammed my
Go, go, go!
All right, no joke, guys. This game is so easy. Like, this game is fucking free.
Gotta go! I'm out of here.
Let's start this party.
Take this! Gotta go!
Here.
Right there.
Watch out!
Shadows traveling.
Go, go, go!
Here now.
Grenade!
Spike planted.
Go get him.
Kill! Back off!
1 enemy remaining.
My ult's ready! Not a chance!
We're here.
You guys act like I'm not gonna fucking top rank this game now. Guys, I'm in such a big handicap. Literally, fucking bowling balls weighing me down. There's no downtime content?
show them.
Really? So there's just 0 content?
Gotta go! Go, go, go!
Cover going out.
This way!
Shadows traveling.
I'm out of here! Here we go! Shock! Down! Shocking!
1 enemy remaining. Last round in the half.
I'm literally top back already. that guy is literally in disbelief. There's no way.
I need this. Thank you.
Don't let them.
As if I don't smurf on silver in my sleep, guys.
Nailed it. I'm out of here.
Reload.
Enemy spotted B. Watch out.
Let's go!
Sky's out. Go, go, go.
Going out.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Reloading.
You should run.
Take this.
Reloading.
Oh, that smoke
Last
disappeared.
player standing.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Switching sides.
Hi. Fight's not over. I'm out of here. Go, go, go.
Was he 6? Someone tell me what placement I get. I think I'm 6 or 5th. It sucks because like I would like to have, man. Oh yeah, okay.
I'll make that killjoy cry.
Watch out. Gotta go.
No way this guy headshots me, man. Yeah, I didn't surrender because I think I can get better placement than where I was at the very end, if that makes sense. So I want the game to run through.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Like I feel bad if my team loses. This is like the best comms I've had in a silver game. Like they're doing a really good job. So I'm just like, okay, cool.
Spike planted.
Wait, you guys can't hear the comms? Wait. I missed being silver at Tenzin. It's okay. Just change your monitor. You can be silver whatever you want. Wait, you guys can't hear. Wait, how the fuck? Wait, wait, you guys can't hear them? Are you guys playing? Yeah. Do I need to get the? I need the audio split the right specific thing. I think. Hold up. All right. It is their. Wait, I can't.
I'm out of here.
Going out.
Watch out.
Reloading.
Stay in sight.
Nice try.
Spike down A.
Gotta go.
Spike is A.
Weapon here.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted A. They found my light.
Wait, how did I Nooni? Welcome back for 50 months. 6 for subbing. how do I make it so I can audio split the Valo audio? Tenzin, do you know? Are you still here, Tenzin? Okay. Wait, I don't know how to do this. It's not Spotify. It's not Twitch. I don't think it's that. I already have Valo splits.
Kick them out. I don't do visitors. Go, go, go!
There. Enemy spotted C.
There.
Enemy spotted C.
Spike down C.
Smart. I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
Oh, wow. Wait, I have no idea how to do this. I was so confused. Wait, but I did it for my last audio splitting on my other PC. Let me go look. Audio, how to audio split Valorant comms. What the?
Gotta go.
My thanks.
All right, hear me out. Do you think, what if Neon's ulti was like Revenant? Where you
Cover going out.
You got a shield when you used it.
I'm out of here.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Go, go, go! Start good. Gotta go.
Oh, he fucking.
Spike planted.
Camera taken out.
Manage your voice chat. Default to default communication. Oh, like an audio hearing.
Put down. My ultimate.
Oh, it is. Okay. Shit, I don't know which one's which. Hold on, one sec. Hello. What is this? Which one did I put this under? Input is. Analog 1, 2.
Clock sticking.
Output is. That is not what I wanted to do.
There.
I suggest you move!
Here we go.
I've got your trail.
Down.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Clutch.
You say something? Sorry, ear's still ringing.
That was actually. Bro, wait, I killed 3 and like 0.9. Okay. What's my team doing, huh? Oh, it fit. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. Do you hear them now, guys?
Gotta go.
Enemy spotted. C.
Shadows traveling.
Go, go, go.
Enemy spotted. C. Blinding. Clearing out. Reloading.
I'm out of here.
My ultimate is ready.
Spike down B.
Spike spotted mid.
One enemy
Bad
remaining.
move. I'm out of here. Next. End of story.
Your voice chat output would be different on my OBS. Let me go double check.
We all belong here.
No, it's 3-4 analog 3-4-1-2. Did I not set it correctly? Is output? I'm fucking stupid. Output is.
I suggest you move.
Input is my mic.
Take this.
Spike planted.
Go, go.
Wait, do I have that right then?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Cage triggered.
Ooh. Output is what? No, it should work.
Clutch.
It should work.
Copies are nothing.
It should work.
The backs
Am I stupid?
At least one of us. I need this.
Go, go, go.
Thank you.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
I will be their nightmare. Reloading.
The hunt begins.
Oh, no way. I knew that guy always plays there, but I just missed.
Go get him.
Concussing. Blasting.
Satchel out.
Amateur.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Out of charges.
Have you restart Valorant thing? Okay.
Reloading.
Gone here.
My ultimate is ready. Spike defused. One of my cameras
outta
is
here.
broken. Oh.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go. Gotta go. Gotta go.
God, I kept doing the backward slide.
I'm out of
Sometimes,
here.
man. I feel like I'm stupid.
Go, go, go.
Trevor! Clearing out!
I've got your trail.
Where's this Phoenix? Smartest YouTuber I know. Yep, that's me.
Here.
Thirty seconds left. Last player standing.
You'll see, right? For sure.
Spike planted.
This is a rough position because now they can both play really ratty angles.
One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding? Cage triggered.
Dude, that was actually kind of close.
Strike it
Gotta go.
If one link breaks, the
I need
rest
this.
Go, go, go!
I need to blow something up. There.
I'm out of here. Gotta go. Here we go.
Done here.
Spike planted.
Reload.
One dead.
There. There.
Last player standing.
Satchel out.
Oh, that was nice try.
Match
go, go.
point.
Remember, bullets hurt.
I suggest you move!
shadows traveling.
Multiple enemies here.
I'm out of here.
Joke's over!
Spike planted.
You're dead!
Watch out.
Enemy spotted.
Take this. Coming through. Go, go, go.
Oh, there's a lot of people in there.
Someone is C.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
Okay. I am done. let me restart and let me see if you guys can hear it afterwards. I think I'll play some ads as well. I will get some water to. Okay, I think water gets a pee. What the heck? It reset my thing? Oh, I have to do my captcha. Oh, I do not have to do my captcha. Never mind. I'll be right back. All right. All right. I'm so sorry. Is everything good?
Your chat going like my eyes, my eyes.
Like every time I can only shoot one bullet before it tapped out. So I had to hope the bullet was a headshot. Guys, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why frames are dropping. I was watching Soju stream, that's happened to him yet too. It's a Twitch thing. Anyways.
Well, it's okay. Well, we'll get it back. We'll get the points back.
Yeah. PME Scarlet. Ari lose. Welcome back for 49 months. What was I about to say?
I need to stop looking at these skins so I don't have to
buy them.
I don't get tempted. Yeah. Ooh. I'm assuming we're warmed up, right? We can do comp, right?
I am super warmed up. Yes.
Yeah. The one headshot challenge worked out.
Yeah.
Or Brack.
we
can't believe we have that one too.
We are Barack.
Scar. Wait, what? Explain. Scarlet red knife.
Oh.
I don't have a knife. Oh, thank God. I was like, I just did split like twice for.
Oh, I haven't
Swift
played
play.
much on the new Breeze, so I'd be down.
The new Breeze is really something else.
I heard. How's
It's
your
really
sub
straightforward.
going?
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, it's going okay. I'm having fun. I think it's more of like a mild subathon because I take like a big break, but I leave the stream on. So.
Oh, I mean, like that's a lot of people do that nowadays.
Huh? Okay. Prioritize the health. Yeah. Other than that, it's pretty nice.
Sorry, I'm slightly distracted because I think we may be throwing a Halloween party. I'm trying to figure out if we're actually throwing a Halloween party. All right. Do you usually like the day of Halloween, I think.
Oh.
Do you usually dress up for Halloween? Are you like out there? Are you trick-or-treating?
I'm too old to trick or treat.
No one is ever too old to trick or treat. Like if you knock on some doors and then you push the kids out of the way, like what are they gonna do?
That's true. I haven't dressed up for Halloween in a while. I think it's just because I don't really have a group of people to go with. If I get a group that I would dress up with me and go trick or treating, I'd be down.
Sense. I think we're doing a theme this year. We didn't do one last year, but we're doing a theme this year.
Oh.
I'm trying to figure out how hard people are like going really hardcore about it. I'm like, you know, when everyone else dresses up and you're like, you don't want to be the one guy who's like, oh, well, that's
you want to
not
like attempt
yeah.
it. Oh, it's split again.
Move or get zapped.
What do I do? Oh, smokes. Oh, good. I just played Omen on it. Not very well, but I played Omen on it.
Wait, this guy's name is Satoru Gojo.
Yeah.
That's not his. Wait, is that his name?
Yeah,
it is. I thought it was. I didn't know his. I thought his first name was misspelled. Ah.
Satoru?
Yeah.
Satoru? Yeah. I'm not caught up with JJK though.
I'm not caught up with JJA either, which is why I would really like it if no one spoiled it for me.
Yeah. Looks at chat.
I'm very much looking at about to ban everyone fucking here.
Oh geez, I wonder what happened. Well, are you allowed to leak the theme for the Halloween party?
No, everyone can dress up whatever, but like our group will have a theme. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going as Greek gods and goddesses. And I chose. Who do you think I chose for myself?
Dionysus.
The god of wine and partying?
Yeah.
No, I'm syphilis. Sorry, Sisyphus. Sorry,
syphilis
one of those was not the correct name.
How do you spell it?
Exactly.
Greek god Sif.
You got something to tell us? No, I told
So
you
it
already.
is syphilis.
That's what I'm saying. Honestly, I've heard it called so many times. As you know, I was thinking about going with the Among Us costume with a toga and calling it Sisyphus, but I think that is so stupid.
Oh, it's the rock dude.
Yeah, yeah. The guy who pushes up the rock.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but
Are you just gonna have a giant rock?
No, I'm probably gonna do the one for like I think I'm doing one inspired by Hades, and the version, the version in there, he still has a rock, but like he has like chains tied to his arms. And stuff.
Yeah.
Go.
That's a fire fit. That is fucking.
Oh my god. Yeah. Do the Hades inspired ones. That'd be so cool.
But like, I know people who are going like full like outfit, buying it like a month ahead of time. I'm like, fuck. Do I need to ask a costume designer and pay like $1,000 for what?
Oh my god. Is there a competition though? That's a real question.
No.
Then,
It's just
then don't
like
do it.
But like, you know, it's nice. Dress up.
I mean,
kind of.
you don't have to go all out, but just make a nice costume. Yeah?
Guys, did you hear my teammate right there when you said hello? Yeah. Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Where am I going?
I should probably turn off my. Ooh. That's not good. Turn off my music.
Multiple enemies mid. Reloading.
They're on site.
Guys,
there.
do you guys hear it? Wait, no, I'm serious.
Yeah, there, in garage.
All right, wait. You guys hear Nia, right?
B.
Oh my god.
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Finally let go.
We got.
I made it.
Yeah.
Jump scare.
Okay, I'm trying to figure out. My audio doesn't work in Discord because I can't hear teammates' comms. I think it's my fault. So I'm trying to figure out how to fix it.
Hello?
I
People
cannot
can't
hear
hear
my
me?
teammate. No, not you. Like they can't hear like our teammates. We talk.
Oh.
You're fine. Your voice loud and clear.
Oh, I don't know if you wanted to be loud, but no, I think it is a Valorant thing. I think it could be.
Cover going out.
Enemy spotted A.
Gotta go.
Oh,
I'm
someone
outta here.
is. I just there we go. You got that?
Smart move. Go.
Oh my god. They're rotating. Oh, nope. I should not have pushed that.
Enemy remaining.
You had it coming.
Or maybe I should have.
Yeah.
Pop off.
Okay, I'm eco fragger only. I got my 3. I'm done for the round. I'm done for the round.
And everyone goes B.
Gotta go.
Almost an ace, yeah.
Well, oh, I got my 4. Right. My problem is I'm short range. I don't feel comfortable holding it.
Quick feet, quick.
So we did it. Hold it. Oh. Oh.
Reloading.
Oh my god. I'm so bad at this. Oh yeah, they're all here.
Say, oh. Wait, I'm waiting for this guy?
Spike planted.
There.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Wait, did you guys hear that guy? He said it screens? Okay, hold on. Okay, ignore what's on the screen. What is my... I need to know my... Okay, my output is 3-4.
That's okay, we got
Analog
2 guns.
3-4.
Sorry.
Wait, it's right. And my input is... analog 1-2. Wait, everything's right.
I don't know, my buster. You can ask that.
Oh. Alright, where? Okay.
Oh.
Oh my god, I'm running.
They dashed on site. I'm going seeking.
Okay.
Oh, they smoked them.
Spike planted.
Nice try. My ult's ready.
Enemy B.
Take this. Take this. Gotta go. Here we go. My ult's ready.
Last
Behind?
player standing.
Oh my...
What? What
Oh my god. He sprayed all of us down.
He did. The
You are so industrial. It's
the
a good
raised
look,
and
but
double
if
check
you
that
need something
corner.
more upscale, I have many ideas.
Oh no, the chambers are crutching. It's over.
No, it's fine. Op's not a crutch.
Yeah.
The real crutch is the sheriff, man. Think of how bad these players would be if they didn't have to use the sheriff.
Oh, that's true.
I just got a cute cat on.
There.
Oh, he has an op.
Oh.
Oh. Guys.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Okay. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my god.
We have some, maybe not silvers.
No, it's fine. What? Okay, here's the play. Where are you going? Since we're on comms, we should play like kind of the same area, or we yell really loud when they're coming.
Okay.
All right, maybe I will play mid here, and then yeah.
You are powerless.
Walter B. B.
Go, go, go.
I'm flanking. The raise is also flanking.
Spike planted.
One down. Enemy spotted B.
Stealing sight. Grenade out.
Go get him. Watch out. Watch out!
Last player standing.
Oh
Guys?
my god. I did 40.
One enemy remaining.
Out of charges. My ult
Nice.
is ready.
Oh, thank God.
Easy.
Clutch.
Did everyone see that?
Expertly done, Chamber.
Expertly done. Boy. Oh my God, Chamber's saving up for another op. How's he saving up for
We
something?
need saving up. He has it off.
I know, I mean, like, he saved up for another op. But, like, I'm poor. So,
I'm out of here.
what I do. Okay, we'll play mid again.
That was an interesting model for me to be using. You don't think I can use an anime girl model? I'll be right here.
You're right behind you.
Take this. Coming through. Gotta go.
Oh, they
Last
both
player
went from
standing.
left.
Spike planted.
Hostile KIA.
Oh, that's a lot of noise.
Oh!
Oh,
He has an op.
this game is dramatically harder than my last game. Yo, are you sure you're silver?
Yeah.
My last game, I literally like essentially AFK'd for fucking eight rounds, and then I came back and I top frag. And then this one, I'm like,
You're still top frag.
this the people shoot back like a lot. Like that one, I was literally dancing on
They
people.
are so dead.
It was very different.
Just keep dancing on them.
Go, go, go.
What? Okay. You know? Yeah, I'm pretty sure these people are silver for sure, for sure.
Okay.
Emergency reset required.
Ooh. Wow.
Requesting manual reset.
Grenade.
Last player standing. Flawless.
Well, I think the people on our team are definitely silver.
Okay, no. Okay. We gotta do a play. Get over here to B. Or we're gonna push out main.
Okay. Bet. I'm gonna push out.
Gotta go.
Look at my silver
I
cube.
have to save so I can be the bodily sacrifice. Ow.
Claw through them.
I'll toss you my gun if we kill someone. Like an
Bomb buddy out.
Tossing, you got my gun now?
My ult's ready. Watch out.
Oh, sorry. That's not what I meant to do.
Huge.
Toss both things.
I know. I was like, okay. Are you sure you don't need your classic?
Here we go.
Ow.
That's
Oh,
3.
huge. I don't know where the sage
You will
is.
not kill my allies.
You lose.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Pop off. Oh. Yeah.
Okay, wait, we own. What do I think is harder? I think League is a
Silver
harder
people are
game
my
than
people.
Valo. But in like a weird way. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. It just depends. Like I think
they have a crammed it.
they're very different skill sets. Yeah. I feel like getting good at
I think I should have played
FPS
Deadlock.
is how do I
Got this. Okay. Do we want to do the same thing, or do you want to just run through mid?
Oh, I don't
You
maybe
wanna do?
mid. Maybe run through mid. I'm kind of down. Game requires you to be able to
Right.
aim. I mean, I would say there's a lot more. You have
break's
to
over.
like micro quick a lock in League if you're playing it well.
Oh, they are. Definitely not. Oh,
I'm out of here.
You go.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Bye-bye.
Easy ace.
Yeah, watch this.
Take this.
I'm watching.
Go, go, go.
Oh my god, he almost popped off.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
So close.
Dude, I didn't think
I'm doing so
everyone would die before I got there. I went fast. I went like as fast as I could have.
Oh, good. I think, I don't know. I got killed first, and then the KO could not kill the other KO. Here I am. I want to use my ult, but I don't know. Find out.
You are powerless.
Enemies
B.
Can't use it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
That was not good.
That's not good.
Technically, Valor has to have a higher ceiling.
Spike planted.
Get out of my...
Depends what you're playing, but I feel like in terms of mouse, I think in terms of consistent output, you have to click a lot when you're playing League, a shitload. Especially if you're playing something that's very mechanical.
Last player standing.
So lucky.
Mechanics is a
One
weird
enemy
word.
remaining.
That's 3.
Oh, same place.
Teleport's ready.
Oh,
Nice.
pop off.
Could do this.
I think League has like, but the thing is like you can play like a really kind of easy League champ, but I'm talking at the highest level, right?
Faces.
There, it's
Sorry.
very interesting.
Last round in the half.
Spend everything. I need this. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Got this. Got this. I think they just push one thing. I'm pretty sure they're gonna push B.
Yes, that's why I'm like trying to figure out. I like want to be there before they get in.
Yeah.
Shadows traveling.
It's,
Gotta go.
oh my.
I'm enjoying this.
Kill 2? They're not in. They're not in.
I've been waiting.
Watch me. We gotta watch me. We gotta watch me. It is.
They're still here. Oh, bye.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
They
Nice.
are still
Same place.
there.
I'm out of here.
Yeah. Just stop push for a little bit.
You will not kill my allies. Grenade.
They're going through sewers. They're in towers now. Oh.
Spike planted.
Go, go, go. Satchel out. Watch out.
One enemy
Go,
remaining.
go, go.
What?
This way.
Last player standing.
Merci. No fireworks today.
That's
I'm
a hell of low.
Switching sides.
League has been around. Riot has been around a while.
Charge and shoot.
Okay.
Easy enough.
Huh?
What are we doing? What are we going?
I think. Yeah.
I think I want to
think we
just
should
run in with people.
Yeah.
For Wrecking by
I'll just
Valor,
go for
I'm
B.
silver 2.
I'm gonna smoke back here and up here.
You're gonna go through B?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do B. I think.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think my stream can ever hear my Valor teammates, which is very sad.
I don't think our teammates are talking though.
They're not. But in case they were.
Cover going out.
Oh.
I don't think we go in unless you really kill the wall. Wall's flanking forever.
Yeah.
Oh, you made a lot of noise.
I'm going through the sewer.
There.
If I die, you guys have to come get my body because I have the spike.
Please do not die.
I'm trying not to die. There's smoke on B. A. I don't want to go in it.
You want a piece of this?
Oh my god.
Take this.
Reload.
Oh! I dinked her in the forehead.
Oh my god.
Flash.
Last player
Oh
standing.
my god.
30 seconds left.
Suppressing.
Right, you're right.
Spike retrieved.
This guy made in time? Wait.
10
maybe
seconds
It's
left.
very close. I think he's got it.
He's got it, but
Oh my. But he's the GOAT.
Spike planted.
I like this. I like how he's playing up.
One enemy remaining.
nice.
Kill.
And then he has his util now.
Shutting them
Perfect.
down.
He knows it's
Same
over
place
here.
then.
Oh.
Just stomped him. That's an actual nice try.
Wait until I blind them to
Yeah,
strike.
he actually played it pretty well. Alright, yeah, I can't help but realize that you're
I'm
doing a great job. Keep it up.
yeah.
Yeah, keep
Yeah?
it up. Yeah, keep it up.
I'm doing so good, right?
Yeah.
I love filling.
This is like your Apex arc. Like learning Apex, but you're like learning Valor.
Yeah. Doing so
I'm
good.
out of here. Go, go, go. They're dead. Gotta go.
Oh. No.
Alright, I killed someone. I'm coming on site.
I'm out of here.
CT.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
CT. Oh no, I don't know. I think height. Evan. Speaker's advantage,
Reloading.
Oh wait,
I would apologize
Oh,
to
nice.
them, but alas, they are
oh, he's a
dead.
judge.
Go, go, go.
Wait, I don't know if I.
You're going to scatter from my
Oh, this
sight.
guy has the
Super easy to
the sheriff that you like spin around.
But it's like upgraded, right?
I don't know. You want it?
Huh.
I mean, I'm using a judge, so here.
Oh wow. Oh.
Go, go, go.
What is your preferred character?
I'm out of here.
Hmm. Deadlock?
Gotta
Gecko?
go.
Spike carrier's down.
Oh,
Spike down A.
oh,
I have the spike.
that's a little awkward.
Reloading.
I have the spike.
Reloading.
You're crazy.
Should be. Don't observe. Don't proceed.
Don't worry. Oh, nice shot.
Spike down A.
Okay. That's
Last
2.
player standing.
What? Hello?
What bullet?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, NT.
No.
I had 11 bullets leg me there and I died, by the way.
Charges?
I didn't even know that was possible.
No. No.
Go, go, go! Move!
On the judge arc. Oh.
He judged me.
Sage killed.
I got judged.
That works.
I got judged.
Last player standing.
Guys? Friends?
You can,
Oh my god.
okay. You had the right idea. Dude, I got judged. This guy's a judger. What if
He's
I
a
take
neon.
What if I take a judge and judge him back?
Yeah, run into him and judge him in knees.
Yeah, you're right.
I think I need that Scarra skin now.
You got 3K, you're like, yeah, the skin did work.
Yeah, that.
Grenade out.
Reloading.
Suppressing.
I'm out of here.
Flashback.
Shocking.
Oh.
Shocking.
Blinding.
There's 2? I hit both this time. Come on.
Uh-oh.
You were a mistake.
Yeah, you just keep eating.
Watch them.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh, this guy's kind of loud.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Spike planted. Scatter.
I'm so... It's over.
How do I lower people's sound? Who is talking so loud, man?
What ran out of your head? Oh.
Someone... Oh, this guy went to... Wait, we're so close.
I know, right?
No way.
Never back down, never what?
Never give up.
Never give up.
Never give up.
Yeah, ladder.
Wait, maybe sheriff's your gun. I've seen you kill so many people with the sheriff recently. I'm like,
Nah.
You're just playing wingman.
Yeah?
Shadows traveling. No one walks away.
Huge.
Shadows traveling.
Take this.
Flashbang.
Gotta go.
Oh. I'm scared.
Here goes the party.
Throwing charge. Spike planted.
Next.
Oh.
There. Enemy spotted A.
Huge. No one else behind her.
Fire in the hole.
Oh.
Go. Shocking. Shortcut.
Last player standing.
Oh.
Spotted A.
I'll play. Oh.
No more.
Unlucky. Can't do anything about that. Fuck. Wait. That guy owned me.
Okay, which gun to pick this
I'm
time?
so sad.
No, I used util and that guy jumped a different way than I thought. I died while using util. The worst.
Flashbike. It's okay.
I'm pretty sure I have to buy.
Yeah, I'm forcing.
Knife deployed. Cover going out.
Watch out! Gotta go!
I'm just gonna... Oh, I'm so sorry, Scarra.
Clear.
Get out of my way!
Enemy spotted mid.
Got one. My ult's ready.
One enemy remaining.
Where is she? Hello?
I think she's...
Oh, down there.
Still in that. Oh. Okay, I was gonna cross you, but you didn't even need that.
My burden never here.
Does Twitch run more ads? I think they run the same exact amount of ads.
Oh, that was nice. Someone just gave me a... Okay.
Oh, is that your gun? It's like the Kraber. Except for you just always
Dude, I'm so
kill.
bad with the off.
Ah.
I'm so... Okay, we forgot the spike. Spike. Scar, look at the tab. I'm on my redemption arc.
Right.
Here.
There. There.
There's
Spike down B.
Obstacle removed.
One enemy remaining.
I have the spike.
This one's a garage. Oh shit, it is.
Flash.
He's got a judge.
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
Yeah, we would put past Twitch to run more ads, but I don't think so.
Oh, why is it me?
No, you're fine.
Cover going out.
He dropped. Nice. Good patient. Yeah, you're on your redemption arc.
Oh yeah.
You're cleaning up.
Reloading.
Wait, I'm actually sad someone died more than me. What the heck?
Reloading.
Usually I die the most. But this guy's literally showing me up.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Go, go, go!
Here. Shutting them down. One suppressed. Reloading. Reloading. Reloading.
What?
Spike down A.
Reload.
Reloading.
Oh.
Grenade!
Last player standing.
I have the spike. Fire in the hole!
Run.
You will not kill my allies!
This is smart. This is smart. Wait, wow. He didn't chase?
He just shot his ult. Oh, there it is. Go back to A.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Not the flick.
That was kind of nasty.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted.
I believe. Anything should be mid, no? Oh, this is the scariest angle to play, honestly.
Yeah.
Oh, There she is. Oh,
No.
she might slung that. NT.
NT.
Got that.
Match point.
Iheka, don't get stabbed. Bad way to go. Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Nice.
Well, this is our last time. This is it.
Oh my god. I just want to smoke that.
Reloading.
Go, go, go.
Spike down.
Our spike
A.
is
I'm out of here.
Oh, that is not good.
up there.
Running low. Shocking. Take it out.
I'm gonna smoke top again.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Reloading.
What happened?
I almost got. Oh, 5.
Left deployed.
Oh, oh, thank you. Holy shit. I almost got the 5.
Okay,
Oh.
I only have like
Almost popped down.
8 grenades left. Hopefully that's enough.
Point to adventure.
I guess we keep
actually.
going, eh?
No, I think
I'm
think our A kind of blows. I actually think we're supposed to go through mid.
Gotta go.
I think we can hit A, but one of us.
Go, go, go. I'll show
I
them.
will do.
Lintik kayo.
I believe in you.
Tick Kayo.
I do want to wait on the smoke. Yeah, I'm gonna wait on the smoke.
Get out of here.
Oh, nice.
My ult. Go, go, go. Here we go. Shocking. Shocking. Next.
Ah.
Out of charges.
One enemy remaining.
Not a chance.
Nice. Clean.
Okay, Lintik
No one beats
Kayo.
my firepower. I got
can't throw
this.
this.
Kayo.
If you want the sheriff again,
No, good.
Thanks.
I'll hold on to it though. Why not? Da-da-da.
they buff the other. If you headshot with, it can headshot them. So if you headshot with it, it does more damage.
Should we go B? We've been doing so well on A.
No, our A's have been really weird. Like I'm telling you, like our A's have not been as good as you think.
Cover going.
Oh yeah, I believe you.
Yeah. It's like we got lucky on like 2 of them, and it just looks like we're a lot better on it than we are.
Okay.
Scatter.
Like,
Is he scattering too? Nope. Want us to rotate? I think it's bad.
Coming through. I'm out of here.
Are we rotating? I'm so confused.
Oh no! I tried to go back.
30 seconds
Get
left.
out of my way.
Yeah, that was really chalked.
Flashbang.
Ow.
You are powerless.
Well, this is gonna go well.
3 seconds. Or
Yeah.
Last player standing.
oh
Yeah, it's kind of over.
No,
Defenders
dude,
win.
I feel like we shouldn't have rotated.
oh, I think it could have worked, but like I should have told you to come with me, B, because I knew she only one person plays up there. So one of us kill
The Sage?
Yeah, then we trade and go up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Smats.
And though, that was not too bad.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad.
We go again.
Mm-hmm.
Input. I haven't read much about like the agent changes or anything.
Or what?
Just Valo in general. I just know that they did something to Jet, but I don't know if they did anything to anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Did they nerf Jet? They nerfed like Sky. And then they nerfed a lot of the popular agents. But you play Gecko Deadlock, so you don't have to worry about it. Those characters are C0 play. I like Deadlock because her ulti's fun.
Oh yeah, no. I always imagine the other person inside the cocoon screaming. And then it just makes me laugh.
They are.
Should I? Well, it's usually me when I'm in a cocoon.
Oh.
Lickable butthole.
What?
What?
What are Kingdom credits, guys? Wait.
Match found.
Okay, just not split and I'll be happy.
Not split.
That's nice. I've never played this map.
You have with me.
No. I mean like in rank.
Oh.
Like I got to play for like a little bit.
I don't like playing with chambers.
Really?
Stop.
Lock it in. Just lock it in. Don't worry about building for your team. We don't need smokes.
Okay.
We're in silver. Trust me. Smokes are a luxury.
Move or get zapped.
Yeah. Aggressive only. Run and gun.
Yeah, say the last game. GG's. I got owned.
Ah. Oh.
Okay. You're owning.
Oh
A lot of my kills are bullshit. Like
the next
got,
Honkai Star Rail 5-star got released and
The school for
who is
Tom's
it?
thing. I kind of like it.
Genti?
Let's not mess that up.
Argenti. I got a football team.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Honkai Star Rail.
Oh.
Kind of fabulous. Yeah, after Jing Liu, I think.
I am not. I don't know. I never could get into Honkai, and I never felt. I think it needs the game needs to have very compelling gameplay. I like Genshin's gameplay, but not Honkai's. I'm not like a fan of.
I'm out of here.
I'm on the way. Don't worry. I'm here.
Oh, mid control.
Shock it.
Kill left.
Spike down A.
My bullets went everywhere at 26.
Oh, goddamn. He sidestepped me.
The story's better. I mean, maybe, but the gameplay is not inspiring.
Oh.
I'm a Hoya slave.
No! Dad!
How are you gonna be a slave when they release a third and the fourth game? How we have time left in the day?
Spike planted.
I didn't see that.
I would give up my job. Okay.
Hawk out. Reloading.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. Wonder for long.
Last player standing.
Or not.
We owned.
No fireworks today, I'm afraid.
Let's go. Team effort.
Yeah.
Damn. I never thought I'd have beef with myself, you know?
Trying to think if I want to order something for dinner or if I just make like mac and cheese or something. I have. Yeah.
I was just playing with fun and they were gonna make hamburger helper. I've never heard about hamburger helper until now.
It's a very American thing.
Yeah?
Wait, are you American?
No, I'm Canadian.
Oh, thank God.
What?
Ooh, thank God.
Go, go, go.
Mid again.
Gotta go.
Pushing through.
Right there. Gotta go.
Oh, we have a sheriff.
Almost
My
out.
bad. Oh, my bad. What?
Spike planted.
Go, go, go.
Raises here.
Shock it. Down.
Oh my God.
One enemy remaining.
Corner A there.
My ult's
Let's
not
go. Turtle toe.
Push a button. Save the day. Easy.
Okay. Oh God.
Nice.
You know,
work, man.
it's funny. I feel like in the future, MiHoYo and Riot are just gonna own the world. Yeah, I do hope, for your sake, that one of those companies buys out EA, so that your servers can get better.
Dude, I hope they just buy out. Yeah, they're just gonna buy out Apex and I'll be happy.
Dude, when I found out what happened for like teams getting paid 15K, that was the worst thing I've ever heard.
Paid 15K.
For
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Hold up a sec.
Gotta go.
Cooking?
Shocking.
They're all there. I'm stop cooking.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
That's all you. That's all you.
Yeah.
They are not watching. They are not aware.
I think they're aware. Wow.
You know she ducked. Only
Spike
noobs
planted.
duck.
Last
Oh,
player
Wow,
standing.
that was unfortunate. He
That
kind
was
of
inspirational.
he kind of did it correctly. It just like the spray just kind of went. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
Hawk out. Blinded.
Blinded.
Blinded. Have you watched Spider-Verse?
Yeah. Oh.
I do this thing where I'm like, I really want to watch X. Like, I really want to watch One Piece, the live action, and I just will watch one episode or like a little bit of it, never watch it again.
Really?
Like, yeah, it's because I don't like watching without people there. Like watching by myself is, but I think I should learn. It's like going to restaurants by yourself. Sometimes it's worth learning. You know, I don't know if you've done that before.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, no, I have. I don't. But the last time I've watched anime by myself or anything, I don't think I have. Oh. Yeah, I did. I
hit her twice. Can't Scarra watch party stuff? It's not the selection isn't as much as you'd expect.
Not again.
And if you're not in the US, you can't watch.
This year until
so
later.
It's like, I don't like to say fuck Europeans, my European fans or anything, or like anyone who's not US. It's weird.
Ooh, pop off.
I watch stuff by myself because I have to. I think I should.
So you haven't finished the One Piece live action?
I haven't. I never even finished the Cyberpunk. I watched 6 episodes, never finished.
That's 8 episodes.
I know.
Sir.
Oh yeah!
No, it's because someone ruined it for me.
One enemy remaining.
Come on, please.
Healing over. Last player standing.
No.
Clutch.
Yeah, someone spoiled it for me, and I got so upset I didn't finish it.
Oh,
but like
no.
they didn't mean to. It was just like I was literally in call with them, and I was like, "Hey, you guys watch Cyberpunk?" And before I could say anything, they said the ending, and I'm like, I was about to say I haven't finished it yet.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I think for me, I was just like so used to anime endings that the ending to Cyberpunk was like, oh yeah, no, I kind of saw this coming.
Here we go.
Kind of feeling. Doing so bad. You know what? Maybe Gecko isn't my main anymore.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god.
Spike down A.
Wait, this is a
End of story.
what's a purple badge thing?
Hmm?
Is it diamond?
Bro, like, why can't we
Yeah.
just hug it out?
We're playing with
Be a
diamonds.
radiant.
That could have been from 12 seasons ago.
But it says episode 5.
Oh, I didn't know until what episode.
I'll hold A for now then.
I am just running it down.
I'm out.
That's good.
Enemy spotted me.
Don't worry, I'm on A. Am I A or B?
Or
This
B.
is B.
Where are you?
Oh!
Gotta go. Face your fear.
Oh, you got
Fuck, I
that.
missed his head twice?
My ult is ready.
Oh, here we go. Dad's dog. Oh. Wait.
Wait.
Take hold.
They're all like mid-main.
I'll find you.
Oh.
We got a DC'd Sky too.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, he's back.
Wait, have you watched
Last
One
player
Piece?
standing.
Huh?
30 seconds
Have you watched
left.
One Piece?
No, I'm not up to date with One Piece, but I did finish the live action.
Spike planted.
Oh.
I finished it in like a day and a half.
One down. Pull cat.
Oh no.
I have read so much, but I think I'm at the point where I forgot it.
Make
Like a
their
lot of it.
fear your weapon.
And so I might do a reread, and I'm just like, but like I tried rereading it the other day. I got like 20 chapters, and I'm like, holy fuck, there's a lot more to go. Like it just doesn't stop.
It's a lot. I think not in like I think because it's also like an early 2000s manga. Like the drawing style is also very loud. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not.
Go, go, go.
Wow, he got there already.
Where is he? Oh shit.
Left side mid.
Right there.
Yeah.
Time to hunt.
Kind of waiting. Oh, never mind.
Scout destroyed. Hawk out.
This map is.
The fade on.
Don't worry. Okay.
Another one here.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets.
Last player standing.
Oh, if you do. The manga has changed a lot. Yeah, it has.
Just some good old hard yakka. Standing in
Do
between
you know
us and
Kagura
victory.
Bashi? Have you heard about it? It's a manga, a shonen manga that just came out.
No, I haven't. What's it about?
It's getting memed. I don't even know. It's getting memed so hard because people, Shonen Jump is promoting it. People are like calling it the next coming of God, and for no reason. It's just getting that status. It's so stupid.
Oh God.
Begins.
There are 4 there.
Bring them down. Seek them out.
Don't talk to me, no, bro. There's nothing to know.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted B.
There's an off.
JJK fell off. I mean, I stopped reading it like 30 chapters.
Thrash is ready.
You know what fell off? It kind of fell back on. Freyren.
Wingman's on.
I thought it was pretty bad for a bit. Like it definitely.
Thrash is going again. Shot my wingman.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out.
Is
Gun here.
I got you. I got you.
Okay. That guy didn't get off at all.
How did they
Yeah.
sink this with him?
he stuck it.
You with Chainsaw Man? I'm like
That was
50
well
chapters
played.
behind. I was with. He was at the aquarium. I was reading it, and I was like, I'll just let. Sometimes I just let stuff stack for a while.
I think Sky needs to do that. She needs to clear A, and then we will know where to hold.
Or. What if
Or.
we just run it down there?
Yeah.
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 Okay, we just both sit here, and we just put our cursors here. Okay, we don't.
Who will I spot first?
Right here. Okay.
Start running it down.
No,
and we just.
don't run. We're just gonna sit here. Trust. It's called, we can play high low. I'll be low.
Okay.
No way we can lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
What if they don't come here?
Okay, we need to go. Okay, but what if we don't?
We were playing high, low, high, high. The chamber was stacked with us. Oh.
Okay. Trade me.
Yeah, I tried.
I crawled my way. Days chapter entry so hard.
I Turtle 2, I think they're going. Beep.
Spike planted.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that was like a.
They found my trap.
Oh.
Finished.
Healing over
Oh,
here.
what? They decided to go A after all. Okay, chamber.
Read Dan's the go. So good.
Hawk out.
Blinded.
Blinding.
Last player standing.
Wait, I thought he had it.
Yeah, me too. Oh, so close.
Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You
So
Okay.
personal.
Okay, see, what if we do it again and they won't? do
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, but we'll sit on the other side, maybe.
Oh, like over here.
Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
Just look down there, or look that way.
Time to
We'll look to the
mobilize
left.
my
Yeah.
pack.
Yeah.
Not even look the other way. Wait, I thought to the other guy.
One day.
Okay.
Buried.
Y'all so cute. I think.
Spike planted.
Omen's over
Back to
here.
me.
Oh. Oh my god.
Oh, I was right about
my
that.
God.
A double with rice.
Dungeon Messy ended? Oh, really? I stopped reading that after a while.
One enemy remaining.
Ah.
Last player standing.
Oh no, she folded.
Clutch.
Oh, from where? Is it like that corner? This one?
Let's reset.
Oh, I literally looked down to order my food, so I have no idea. I'm sorry.
Oh no, get your food. What are you ordering?
A sushi roll.
I just had sushi today.
I some days I'm like, you know, I'm not really feeling sushi, and then I have sushi. I'm like, damn, I'm always feeling sushi. Okay, here's the plan. I'm just I'm just literally gonna run it. Right.
Okay.
There's no. The plan is
Here we go. Shocking. Fire in the hole.
Oh, good luck, Scarra.
I got fucking what?
I saw it on the mini map and I was like,
what?
Okay.
He quick scoped me, I think. I don't know. I just like to say that.
There's so much happening. Sky!
I thought you were gonna kill that.
Me too. I 140'd him.
What's up, wiener lover?
When he 148 me.
We'll catch them.
Undead Unluck, I can't.
Bring them down.
I think it tries to be too comedic, and I don't like it.
Alright.
Spike planted.
Uh-oh.
Last player standing.
I'll find you.
Oh.
Oh.
Last round before the switch.
Last round. Okay.
Get those guns.
It's time. Which I think we go A. I think we
hold
stack
A
the
together?
hell out of it. Yeah. Okay, so do you think they'll just be out here?
Hold it down.
I don't know, the place so weird.
Up you go.
Go.
There.
I'm out of here.
Scatter.
We found one.
I'm out of here.
That would be.
Spike planted.
Oh, not the quick scope. I'm flanking with you.
Face your fear!
What the?
What the fuck is going
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
What the fuck?
Enemy B. Time to hunt.
Got him.
Dizzy's up!
Last player
What?
standing.
Oh, shit.
Oh, we're offense-sided players. This is the offense-sided map anyways.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
Go.
Ugh,
I'm over them.
doing so bad. Yeah, dude, Scar, did you see the the shorty line that was just here?
Yeah, I got distracted. I looked up, I was like, what the heck? It's extremely taxing.
I want to know. I need the origin story of that.
Wait, that's what they wanted.
That was hella distracting.
Oh, we don't have smoke.
Okay,
smokes are free.
fresh.
Silly people.
It was a luxury.
Stupid people.
Uh-oh. Oh. What? Who even shot me?
B.
This way. Gotta go. I have the spike.
I just got folded.
Where the fuck was he?
He's in that same corner the Omen was.
One enemy
I
remaining.
am so bad. Wait, it's called Boba?
Last player
Yeah, because there's a
standing.
boba shop there. Yay, we did it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, don't even worry about it. Like, I have a neon wall. That's literally the only wall, the thing we need. It's PKLA.
Okay,
yeah, that's true.
I'm out of here.
Like, the top right of the team is adobo with rice. And that sounds really good right now. So hungry.
Is your sushi on the way?
Yeah.
Go.
Okay.
Dude, I got fucking jump scared.
The arena's there again. I'm gonna go right.
Where are you? Need healing.
Oh.
Up and away.
Okay, you see her?
I do.
You did good. Plant the spike, Wings.
Last player standing.
Oh, that's not good.
Wingman's down.
Nah.
Okay. 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 I feel like I just need to be a freak. Like I can't think. If I think,
Yeah, maybe.
it's like not good. Like, you know?
Okay, I'll try that too.
Like, I'm gonna just go in and God help the people who I'm against. Did you ever listen to that KDA song? Was it Villain?
I'm out of here.
Villain? No, I don't think so.
Oh, God, I had to jump on it too.
Oh. How did you guys die?
Last player
Oh,
standing.
holy shit.
Spike down mid.
Don't worry, he AFK'd.
He AFK for like a millisecond and then we all died.
No, don't do anything.
down.
They don't know where you are.
Sleep.
Ooh.
I'll find you. Mark one.
Oh. Oh. Empty.
Nice. You never hear straight up villain, straight up villain.
I'm gonna play it.
Yeah, no. Oh, this guy, dude, he doesn't believe in us.
I mean, I wouldn't believe in me either.
What?
Look at my score.
Okay, it's like, you can't say that about it. You need to be like, no, we always got it.
Alright,
I am looking at
got
your
it.
score, and you know what? You suck ass, but you're gonna suck less ass right
Thank
now.
Gotta go.
Less ass.
Enemy spotted mid.
There, take them. Bring them out of here.
There's my corner. Oh, I'm so sorry, Scarra. That's my thing. They're coming up right here.
I am. I'm lost.
Last player standing.
I'm lost.
You're
Fucking
lost?
My advice: don't get shot.
Okay, but what
What do you mean lost? What happened?
Between like me getting spotted and then me in my wall and then me on your goop and then me looking at someone and then I don't fucking know what the hell would happen.
I'll keep trying.
Let's go.
We can try A. We can try A. I'll go with the team. I haven't never heard this song. Oh.
Last player
104.
standing. Spike down A.
Okay,
How
I know
did I die before you?
I don't even know how. This map is so weird. I need someone to like explain it to me, like a math equation. Oh my god, he got that kill.
Oh my god.
Match point.
I feel something over there.
Right? Villain.
Alright, going to TwitchCon?
Yeah, of course.
Oh.
You go to TwitchCon? I feel like a lot of people go to TwitchCon. I have to. It's like the one time a year I get to meet people that and then I forget them next year and then they'd be like, don't you remember who I am? I'm like, no, I'm so sorry. And I act really I have to try my hardest to remember. It's so bad, honestly.
The hunt begins.
She got that. Oh.
Go, go, go.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Oh.
I did 80. Wait,
What?
this guy has killed me so many times.
I'll find you. killed their omen.
Are you going to TwitchCon?
No, not this year. Maybe next year.
Found one.
There. I find that it's not very like
There's
the
another.
reason you go as a streamer is just to have fun, like meet people and chill. The event itself is like not really for you unless you have like your favorite streamer.
Wait, what?
Unless you have a favorite streamer.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, you
Meet
own this
them?
guy.
Right there. Right there.
Heal up, squad.
Nice.
Phew. Went off.
If they mess with one of
Guys,
us,
I
they
will
mess
have a
with
meet
all
and
of
greet
us.
at TwitchCon. I hope none of you guys come. I want my
Yeah.
line to be empty.
No, I would love to go and meet friends, but I think I'll do it next year.
But what if there's no TwitchCon next year? What if it's canceled?
Well, then it's Joe.
What if it's canceled?
Joe over. It's okay. I'll go to like AX or something.
That is true. Everyone does go to AX.
Yeah.
Fire in there. Go.
Holy shit. Okay.
Last player
Oh, I'm dead.
standing.
I
Spike
think
down
this
mid.
gecko might be a smurf.
Defenders win.
But we just say. What's the VTuber con in Texas? I don't know. Oh, what con did you go to when you were in the costume?
One anime convention. I forgot which one. It's like a pretty small one.
Oh god, I did so bad.
Yeah, I did. Don't worry. That game kind of was bleh.
No, wait, there
I'm
were
gonna play
golds.
Smash. No, I mean maybe. I lost every gunfight against the first person. It sucked. I was Anime Impulse, yes.
Anime Impulse. Oh.
It's like a pretty small one, but there's so many. Like they
Yeah,
actually
there
there's like
is.
4 of them a year or something now.
There's one in January. What
Mm.
the? In LA. Isn't it cold in January in LA?
Yes.
Okay.
Last year it was cold till April.
I heard it snowed.
I don't
It's rare.
remember snow, but maybe in some areas.
Maybe. All right. One more, and then I'm gonna call it.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm down.
EP.
Okay.
You know, I was talking to Amma. She's like, it like earthquaked, it hurricaned or something, and then there's like snow, and I was like, what?
Oh, the
In
earthquakes
Cali?
are common, yes.
Well, yeah, I guess so. In the mountains, maybe. Oh, did you hear the new jeans being? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm literally thinking about going because of it. Yeah, like literally, I got DM'd by a rider if I'm going, and I got my house is asking each other if we're going.
No way, you guys are talking about the milk thing in your chat too.
Wait, what milk thing?
It's gonna haunt me forever.
Heats your milk for a minute? You heat your milk in the microwave?
Before having cereal, yes. Yes!
Huh. Like, okay, let me think. It just means you want warm milk with your cereal, right?
Yeah.
That's not that weird.
It's yummy. Yeah, oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not that
That's
weird.
Better not be. Exactly.
It's not that weird.
Okay, wait, I can't tell anymore. I don't know if you're on my side anymore. Wait a minute. Wow.
No,
Can't
no,
tell
it's fine.
I'm looking and look at me and look at me and say it's fine.
It's
I'm
fine.
okay, fine.
Like your chat thinks it's normal too, right?
No. My chat's against me. Don't ask my chat.
That's fine. My chat's against me for a lot of things. My chat has literally spent the last day trying to convince me to play Lost Ark again. And let me tell you, their opinions do not count. Wait, how hot do you want the milk?
Just like not scalding. I don't know. I think my microwave isn't that powerful, but it's like it's nice and warm, you know? Like a hot chocolate kind of level of hot milk.
Hot
Dude, there's so many
milk.
people going back into Lost Ark. Yeah.
Match found.
Match found. Hot milk. Uh-oh, you're oh no. I see Lost Ark.
Wait, look away. Look away. I'm at my most vulnerable right now.
Dude, literally so I have adoption scrims, which is just next week. It's just community things.
Yeah.
But because Connor is inviting 2 new people to play, they're like, oh, we're not playing until you download Lost Ark. So now Connor's downloading Lost Ark. But the thing is, I was like, I'm so behind on Lost Ark.
Oh,
I don't
no.
think I can.
No, what? Apparently, because there's a new thing where you can just get to, like, you get jump started and then you just immediately do everything the same day. And I was just going to do that, do all the raids once and leave.
Wait a minute. Should I play Lost Ark?
I'm just installing it for fun. Who knows if I'm even going to play it?
I don't remember what world I was in.
Oh, you'd have to start on a new server.
Ah, frick.
Because the new server is like the one where but like you get there and like instantly. Like it's like a fresh start server, which lets you literally just like put your character to like infinite.
Interesting.
But yeah, no, like I
How do you get caught up with the storyline and stuff?
all
Just
you
gotta
need to
speed run it?
know is there's a mommy succubus. There's another one, and then there's a Minotaur, and then there's a clown. And those are the raids.
Right.
Yeah.
I remember doing one of the raids, and that's about it. Oh god.
You tagging beside the planet NA West, really?
What? Succubus mom.
Yeah. And then there's a check. There's a test in the middle of the fight, and people just fail all the time. It's a really difficult test.
I only remember doing one raid, and it was confusing as all hell. And it's like, oh, you're supposed to hit this orb, and you're supposed to collect those orbs while you fight this monster. And I was like, what? Huh? Final Fantasy didn't prepare me for this at all.
Oh, I heard Vaulton is like Vaulton is like one of the best raids ever made in any game. I was told that
really?
it is like worth playing just to play that.
God.
The entire NA West region is kind of really.
Maybe. It was just such a grind.
Yeah, no, I fucking hated it. Like I literally like I played for so long, and afterwards I was like, that was why. Yeah, but then like if I play for one day, I hit up all the bosses in like 1-2 days, and then I uninstall the game.
You can do it, I believe.
You guys are way too high level. Can you eye level cap yourself? Not really, really. You cannot hug. What did Celine say? What are we? Oh, we're playing Breeze.
Yeah, it's the thing you've wanted.
Yeah.
Gotta go! I can't take this. Go, go, go!
I mean, can't we just do it with like 2 less DPS?
Gotta go!
But I guess.
Oh. She talks.
She is probably not gonna call us a slur.
Yeah.
Why did you take so long to agree with me? Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
Oh no.
Oh no, this guy's role playing Yoru.
Oh no, but he doesn't sound anything like Yoru.
I'm out of here.
Uh-oh.
Oh god.
Oh, it's over. Wow, that's a lot of smoke.
26.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Toxin screen down.
On the money.
Wait,
Oh.
you guys can't hear that?
Orange.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
nice headshot.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, let me describe them. One guy said he's Yoru, and that's the Yoru player. And then the Viper, she said
Last player standing.
hello.
Why did he move so like that?
And then our oh, nice.
Oh, sick. Nice.
And then our Cypher said hello as well.
Everyone has a fancy fan.
Yeah, I had to buy it. But it's like the one thing I all my other cosmetics are from like 2 years ago. But this is like the only one I bought recently.
Is it worth it? Hopefully.
Together.
Okay. The mid through A. Wait, what the fuck is this?
She was walling us.
Smoke's down.
Watch out! Go, go, go! Too slow!
Killed.
I'm out of here!
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy spotted.
Gotta go!
Oh, charges? Hello?
There's one of them.
We're on like a Cypher manhunt.
Here.
Gotta go!
Enemy spotted. B.
Flawless.
Oh my god.
Oh my
He had a
God.
fucking
This
shorty.
guy's hunted.
I'll pick
Are you good with marshals?
clean up whatever's left.
You want it?
No. Just gave it to our Yoru.
Ah, perfect.
Ah, someone has a sound. Da, 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 da.
Ah, break's over.
It's time.
Go, go, go! This way! I'm out of here!
Oh.
Uh-oh.
No one shot the cage for me.
Camera taken out.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Oh no.
Spike down B.
Cutting through.
Okay, no worry. Watch this. Our Yoru player is actually fucking easy. Oh.
Oh, that's smart.
Time to jump.
I believe in the Yoru.
Alright, now Yoru takes this TP right when he's about to plant.
Fake teleport.
Wow. This is such a late. Oh, I'm so spooked.
Spike planted.
Oh, I'm so spooked.
You're so what?
Spooked.
Last player
Oh.
Oh
standing.
no, Yoru, no. No. They hold B so fast.
Yeah.
If they try something,
Gotta go!
I'll see it.
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's the case. I think I just ran the fucking thing. Hey, watch this. Watch this.
Okay. Oh no.
Begins. Gotta go.
What? 70.
Spike down B.
80.
Kill. Go, go, go.
Okay.
That's 3.
Last player standing.
No.
Oh no, trying to get my gun killed him.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
Uh-huh.
Let's go.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Ah.
Oh. Yeah.
Fully smoked.
Just close
My
her.
ult's ready. Then begin
Here
now.
we
Time
go.
to jump. I'll handle this.
Plant a spike. Plant a spike.
You're good.
Reloading.
Oh.
Enemy spotted A.
Oh my god.
Okay.
My ult's ready.
One
Okay.
day, my ultimate is ready.
Spike planted.
You okay? You okay?
Molly.
Teammates got you?
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Better than yours.
Right here.
Last player
no.
standing.
Where is everyone
I
hiding?
just told you where he was.
Oh, great. Good job.
If anyone
Ah,
die, I lose a bet with brimstone, so don't embarrass me like that, please.
Oh, oh. This is a collection I wish came back. The Z collection.
I'm coming for you, Sabine.
Does that one? Oh.
Go, go, go.
Ah. The one that makes funny sounds.
Take this. I'm out of here.
Decoy.
Oh my god.
There's another one. Careful. They're not following you, so I would be careful.
Carrier killed.
Oh.
Spike
Ow.
down mid.
The crosshair's too low, I think.
Cutting through.
Rain is gone. My ultimate is ready.
Oh.
Toxins going.
Last player standing.
Oh. I think we should try mid to B. I don't know. I feel like
Yeah,
the Reina's always
I
on
think
the
we
spot.
were going to, but I went a little crazy.
You had good reaction time on the guy behind the door there.
Yeah.
Cage triggered.
30 seconds left.
I have retrieved the spike.
Oh my. Oh my.
What? Oh. Oh no.
I griefed that.
Don't stop fighting.
I'm
You
outta
must
here.
keep going, even if you're the only one.
I'll just save. Oh, it's doomed. Like hella saving.
Safety's off.
Arr. Uh-oh.
55?
Scarra, what happened?
Oh. She is yo.
Scarra?
Oh, yeah,
Gun here.
we crossed at the same time. She only has 100 life.
Molly.
No more. Nice.
Reloading.
Reloading.
I think you get.
Got you. Camera taken out.
Last player standing.
Holy shit.
Spike down B.
3 out of 5.
Ooh.
Cage triggered.
Seconds left.
Let's go, Phasma.
Bit tulips. Tulips on his dick.
I feel like that's a bait.
Ten seconds left.
Oh.
Stay in range of my stim
Go, go,
beacon.
go.
We'll mow them down.
I'm out of here.
Not the enemy seeing Joe.
Don't worry. We are. Wait, I just realized you can't go up here anymore, right? So the game has to be around controlling mid. That's fucking.
You can go up there, but you can't go across.
Decoy.
Here. My ultimate is ready.
Coming through. Go, go, go.
Don't get in my way.
Nowhere to run.
Spike planted.
I'm dead.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
I sacrificed myself for the greater good. My god. Ooh, one in orange and one on top with the up.
Rain is gone.
One's in the smoke.
One enemy remaining.
One's over.
Gotta go. Too slow. Scarra,
Ooh.
you're done.
Where's the op? Where's the op?
Will they try the
Oh,
same old tricks?
Oh my god, you almost blew up.
Anyone have funds to spare? Thank you.
Yep, chilling. KD3 is bad, really? No.
Need equipment.
You want to share?
Yeah, it's cheaper. Thank you.
Launching smoke.
I don't think I'll ever be able to use this, so.
Open up the sky!
Spike planted.
Molly.
Watch out.
Stim beacon here.
No. Oh,
Take this.
Surprise!
I fucking
Ooh.
suck.
Last player
I fucking
standing.
suck.
One
No, you're
enemy
fine.
remaining.
Oh!
Oof. So close.
Scarra, clock ticking.
Alright. I'm tired.
and exterminate.
Okay, we got this. Oh.
Oh, I did not mean to shoot. I did not mean to buy. I do not have walls.
Launching smoke.
I'm out of here.
Oh, it hurts. Oh.
I'll handle this. Put down. Enemy spotted. Where is everyone hiding? Spike planted.
Smart move.
Oh, that's
My ult's
unfortunate.
ready.
Oh my god. How am I getting blinded?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I thought you shot it.
I think I got blinded from someone else's flash. That's why I was like,
I know exactly where you are. Tag.
Oh no. Unfortunate timing.
oh, that was a little
Let's go.
Wait, I just realized our guy is literally in the middle of Narnia.
What do you mean?
Wait, where was our other guy going? The guy was literally a bee.
Wide flanking, wide flanking.
Try not to die.
Need equipment.
Don't buy me.
Thanks.
I just said don't buy me.
What else am I gonna do?
You have your ult?
Yeah.
Okay.
Decoy.
Coming through. Go, go, go. Here we go.
We can't hold it. Okay.
What?
Here.
Die.
Oh. Okay.
Spike down A.
Okay, our guy is coming. Mr. Phasma.
Uh-oh. That's what I believe.
Enemy spotted A. One down.
Dude, he is taking a sweet fucking time.
Toxins going up.
I know, but...
Last player
Oof.
standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh. I have no idea. Oh.
Clutch.
Oh, wow.
You forget. I always play high
Maybe
stakes.
patience is...
Last
the way.
round in the half.
Gotta go.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what happened there. No.
We won.
It was.
I'm out of here.
Oh, okay.
Decoy.
I'm gonna try and smoke back. And pass.
Go, go, go.
How did we run away? Scarra.
Oh. Whoa. I ran away because I wanted to
Oh,
get a
finally.
better angle.
I see.
I'm out of here.
I don't.
Spike's
okay.
down.
Spike down mid.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
That was
Nice.
their best. The battle.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize. I was like looking at the entrance. I'm like, I don't like
Switching
this. I don't know
sides.
why I don't like this, but I think I'd rather go mid.
Drink some water, reload your
Ah.
bags, and let's get back out there.
Scarra owns all the non-org VTuber. They're so
Oh my god, we're on
not at
defense.
all. Hello? Wait, isn't that awesome though?
Yeah, it's good.
I'm not
For
very
some
much
reason,
into
this match
VTubers,
feels
so I don't
longer,
know
way
any of
longer
them.
for me.
All right, Chief, you don't have to fucking
So I'm
lie.
just like, That's not bad. I'll hold A with your
Gotta go.
big wing.
You go down
If A smoked up.
Enemy spotted A.
Go, go, go!
Enemy spotted mid.
They're on site. I think they're on site.
Waiting for mid.
Anyone else?
Oh my god. They're holding it together.
Spike planted.
And then one more.
Go, go, go!
Oh, two more.
Last player standing.
Oh no. I should play solar.
Nobody's a hero when they're crying for air.
What is happening?
I feel like this is my time to shine.
Waiting. What did she say?
Walk B.
Gotta go!
Running, I'm running. Oh my god, you feel it?
Almost out.
Spike down B.
Huge.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god. Popped off.
Spike spotted B.
I'll teach them to respect their elders.
Wow. That was a round. Nia, you need to be a little ratty if you're gonna play that character. Okay.
Brim is ratty?
Hell, every Brim man I know is the cringest person in the game.
Oh no. Okay, okay.
So literally half the game, I just smoke somewhere and I sit in it. I don't know if that's a good
You want my
thing.
bulldog?
Wait, what? No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm out of here. Go, go, go!
Spike down A.
One down.
One enemy remaining.
Found you.
They all say. How do you feel about Cypher Blade? Oh, they're super.
They have
cute.
They have Shiro. That was pretty gross.
Very.
Okay, I play Ratty. I'm gonna go Rat. Bye.
No, I'm just kidding. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Come in.
Okay.
Gotta go!
Oh, they are gonna push. He smoked the entrance like pretty much right away.
I can't. I'm too slow.
I'll handle this.
Please.
I just got that.
Here. You. What the fuck? They sprayed it. Who does that? They didn't even see me. You in?
Stim beacon here.
Oh.
Spike planted.
This is a box? I got ball bang. That's it. I'm ratting.
Last player standing.
Hostile removed.
Oh my god. That guy was there?
Look them in the eyes when you kill them.
Wait, that was such a bullshit round. They sprayed that? No way.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm gonna judge it.
Oh, wait. Be careful. They definitely sprayed last time, so they are aware. They are highly aware. But yeah, if you will sit... You could... Oh, you know what? Yeah, you could try to sit urine.
And they don't come here.
Go,
If
go,
they
go.
definitely
Yeah.
sprayed me last time, I would.
See you, luck. It's fine.
Yeah.
Running low.
No one's here.
Go away.
I'm on my way.
Nice try. My ult's ready.
Please slow, please slow.
Watch
I don't know where
out.
they are. Where are they?
Inside.
Last player standing.
Oh, frick.
Sorry. They're right there. They will not look at you.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining. Spike down B.
You can just wait. They have to. They have to pick up the thing.
The spike, right?
Stim beacon down.
Oh, he. If you okay, chill.
30 seconds left.
He's waiting.
Spike planted.
No, he peeked.
We have to smoke the.
I walked through the smoke? What?
Yeah, you use it the cut vision. Oh.
What?
Don't worry. Oh, okay.
Like, I'm very lost.
No.
What do I do?
Yeah, you just walk through it. Hopefully.
Nowhere to run.
Yeah, no, I'm doomed. He had his ult.
TT.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50 of them. Let's go.
No. Scarra, I promise I'll improve. Okay.
Well,
I'll do
I
my
didn't
best.
say anything. Dude, it's so weird because today people were asking me to play stuff. And I'm like, why did you guys not ask me the other 350 days of the year?
Smoke's down.
It's like I'm leaving after this.
Launching
Like,
smoke. Launching smoke. Right here. Molly.
Stim beacon here.
Man.
Alright.
Watch out. Take this.
Oh yeah.
I've used every single util.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
Mom now.
Oh, we did it.
Ace.
We did it. Ah, woo!
Wow, I can't believe they just ran through.
Hi. Fight's not over, you know.
Bro, guys, Timmy just asked me to play League.
using my judge.
He's
Judge is
never
not
done
baby
this
now.
before, and I'm like, bro, I have to go after this. I have to eat. Yeah, Child's not showing up.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
be.
know.
Oh, what should that be?
Okay.
Need a drop.
Actually,
I'll show them. Lintik kayo.
yo.
Dude, I can't see. They ran.
Here we go. Heads up. Shocking. Shocking.
Tiny.
Stim beacon down.
Time to jump.
They're probably going A here. Maybe they re-hit.
No, they came back. They came back.
Oh.
Gunner.
Here.
Yeah, they went A. They went A. Oh, I didn't think they would be in it. That would be helpful, actually.
No way. He got fucking flicked there.
No.
30 seconds left.
Nah, he's got this.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Got that. Oh no.
Guys, is this world hype?
Pick something
I
nice
just
to
wouldn't
kill
care
them
about the
with.
E versus NA
It's the
match.
least.
Really, that's all I fucking care about. For the shit talking rights for 4 days.
No, it's time for mind games, you know.
KT was kind of spicy. Interesting. AE are very similar levels. You'd be very good, right?
I'm out of here.
These looks weird. Yep. Roby.
Are they on site?
Running low.
Open up the sky. Gonna take him out.
Wait, no, they're doing back to A.
Oh no, we got baited. Get pushed off.
Oh. That's huge.
Spike planted.
Welcome to my world.
Reloading. Multiple enemies A.
Someone is A.
Take this.
Reloading.
40 seconds.
Decoy.
Down and
Yes.
out.
You guys have to push.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, we got it.
Did we? I suck at timing. We got
Yeah, we did.
Good try, idiots. Reloading.
New format should be pretty interesting. They're doing Swiss groups. Oh, Swiss
My smokes can
groups.
block the enemy's line of sight.
There you go.
Not double round robin.
Move.
Wait. Cypher.
Anyone have funds to spare?
Wait, here. Wait, no. Back my Jar Jar. Jar Jar, let's go. I'm coming with you,
You
Scar.
have a problem.
You're the one who recommended it to me.
It's honestly a gun that makes people really fucking mad. So it's a great gun. You triple smoke, they are gonna shoot this shit for sure if they're here.
I'm okay, it's fine. The bubble noises.
Any noises?
Killed the cipher. Tripwire destroyed. Decoy.
I'm out of here.
Right here.
Killed them.
Spike planted.
Almost out.
3. My ult's I'll handle this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, there he is. Oh, you choose me first? Hello?
My ultimate is ready.
Oh.
Nice. Nice.
Spike's
Oh.
dead. You're welcome.
Desbio, welcome back for 7 months. Thanks for subbing.
Keep the bullet up.
Match
Oh,
point.
that's my favorite gun. The
I
little-
know. If it ever comes back to my store, I'm buying it instantly.
That and the bubble shorty. Awesome.
Oh. Did he hear there's mayhaps talks of another bubble re-emerging?
Where's my pastel girly pop?
Oh,
that's what I'm looking
girly
for.
pop.
Yeah, that's what I
dude,
care.
I want the Z collection. The purple.
Tripwire destroyed.
I'm going. Do my duty.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Smoke's down.
Back up.
Fucking new.
Tripwire destroyed.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
This. Gotta go.
Reloading.
I am wet.
I'm fucking bad.
Team A.
GG.
Defenders win.
Da, 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 da. Hey, you know what, Scarra? Thank you for your kind advice. I just only bought judges. I only ran down,
Oh
held the
no,
judge.
you're turning into a judge player.
No, you turned me into one. Thank you.
No, I turned you into a winner. Really, that's what I turned you into.
Yeah.
Okay. Goodbye. I'm gonna go eat
Let's
some food.
go.
I hope you have a
no.
good subathon.
Thank you. Let's play again if
Okay.
you're ever free.
Oh, looks like my
peek
schedule's
yours.
busy for the next year.
What?
But we'll see what happens. We'll see what I can do.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's see how it is.
Goodbye.
Bye.
GG's.
GG's.
Hey guys, I'm out. Have a great night. I'm going to go ahead and raid. Nia's out too, right? I'm gonna go ahead and raid Blur. I played with him for Apex, and he's currently doing a subathon as well. So you guys can go ahead and enjoy him. I'm out, guys. Peace. He's a great FPS player. Hope you guys enjoy the day.